limonene that were very high in the previous slide. And why is that important? Well, in particular, monoterpenes can contribute to ozone production in areas with elevated NOx emissions, and they also can contribute to PM 2.5 formation. So again, very different profiles of compounds across the states. I just want to emphasize again, ipropanol was the primary, or one of the greatest emitters found in California. We have no detect in any of the Washington state facilities. So what tasks 1, 2, and 3 indicate is that we definitely in Washington state need more research and more evaluation across uniform suites of compounds to really get a handle on what is going on at our own compost facility. Skipping over task 4 again and going to task 5, which was evaluation of environmental impacts, potential environmental impacts of compost emissions here. So again, we turned to California because they developed an equation in 2015 to estimate annual emissions from green waste composting facilities that took into consideration the compost emissions factor as well as a control technology efficiency. Control technology being a biofilter or any other system or technology that would ameliorate the emissions at the compost facility. Looked at throughput for the facility, the stockpile emission factor, and the amount of time the stockpile was sitting on site. Not only they developed this equation, they developed recommended factors to use in the equation, the compost emissions factor. I have to say this 3.58 is an average of 9 facilities in California that demonstrated quite the breadth of emissions factor. One facility's emissions factor was 1 pound per wet ton, another's was 10 pounds per wet ton. So there's obviously some variability. Nevertheless, this is a recommended average factor by CARB for use in estimating annual emissions. So Dr. Jobson's team used this average VOC-EF, assumed a 1-day average time for stockpile, assumed no control technology efficiency, and looked at the compost facilities in Washington state and their annual throughput. And using that data, they evaluated or estimated the potential annual emissions for compost facilities in Washington state. And doing so, they found that 7 facilities in Washington potentially exceed the annual VOC emission thresholds. There were a few other issues associated with the survey that I'd like to touch on. There were questions regarding different analyses and methods. There were some EPA methods used by the Washington state labs for VOC analysis, but unfortunately, they didn't use the same methods across the board. And so some of the results are non-comparable. The California studies used a more rigorous EPA method, but for reasons that you can definitely find in the report that I won't go into here, even though that's a more rigorous method, if you're evaluating a compost that emits mostly light alcohols, you will significantly underestimate the VOC emissions. So there's still some work to be done for determining what the best analytical methods are. I want to bring us back to this table because, again, even though Washington State seems to have sort of their emissions fall into the monoterpene bucket, there are still some substantial light alcohols that are showing up in several of the facilities tested. And so again, even if the labs had used the more rigorous EPA method 25, it is still possible that emissions factors, or excuse me, that the emissions, total emissions would be underestimated at, for example, facilities 4 and 6. So for this biennium of work for the Waste to Fuels Technology Partnership, Dr. Jobson has several tasks. First, let's just make up some compost and test it. They will test it continuously versus frequent grab sampling and use the results of each of those sampling techniques to help improve sampling methodology, develop and optimize field sampling methods, and get a better understanding of analytical methods for the compounds emitted and calculating a total VOC emissions more accurately. There were several other field sampling issues that I didn't mention that we can talk about in the live Q&A if you would like. He's also charged with comparing emissions profiles and rates between the lab and the field to see if the lab measurements can be used as a proxy. Again, if this is going to be done right, someone's going to be out there at the compost pile every day taking lots of grab samples, or there's going to be an expensive piece of equipment doing continuous sampling. So can the lab work approximate field conditions for a more economical evaluation? And finally, a full-scale emissions testing campaign at the WSU compost facility is planned to take all of the laboratory-derived knowledge and apply it in the field, but also to determine a biofilter effectiveness for removing VOCs at compost facilities. So stay tuned. And that is my time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, and thank you for coming.
Thank you, Embry. Please unmute your mic and we'll take questions into the chat session. Embry, we have one question here for you right now. Could you, question is, could you give us the basic gist of the content of this project that we missed in the beginning? We had some trouble with technology, so if you could just give a quick overview of that, that'd be great.
Yeah, sure. So the Department of Ecology conducted a survey of compost facilities in Washington State. And they went out and they sampled, they took air samples of compost facilities, and then they gave that data to WSU to evaluate for types and quantities of VOCs and other chemicals to determine whether or not there is the potential for compost facilities to be emitting enough VOCs to qualify for an EPA Title V permit. Is that the context?
Yeah, I think so. If not, people can contact you or Tom Jobson after the fact to get more noodling. The other question is, we have one more question, and that was, when was the sampling done?
Let me go back. I'm sorry. Could you advance the slides just a couple, and then there's it tells you, I don't want to misspeak. It was in 2000.
I can't get that right now, so we'll have to do that. Have them check the.
Yeah, thank you, Karen. That's right. It's I was going to say 2010, but I wanted to just double check.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to the next presentation. Hopefully we won't have quite so many technology issues. Hopefully we have that all straightened out. If you're not hearing, well, if you're not hearing this, please send me a chat. If you are, go ahead and send me a chat too. And we're going to get going on the next one here.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining me today as I present my research looking at vermicomposting municipal US alone. More than half is applied to land for restoration, forestry, and agricultural practices, while the rest is sent to landfills or incinerated. This is a very simplified diagram of the wastewater treatment process. Incoming wastewater is treated in a digestion tank, pumped into a settling tank, where the solids sink to the bottom and are pumped out for use or disposal, while the treated wastewater is typically discharged into a nearby body of water. The treated solid end product is called biosolids, and biosolids are high in nutrients and therefore ideal for amending or improving soil and offer a great alternative to chemical or synthetic fertilizers. Regulations of biosolids focuses on removal of pathogens and industrial waste and does not include pharmaceuticals and personal care products, also called PPCPs. Triclosan kills bacteria, fungi, and viruses and has been used extensively for the last 40 years. It is found in many household personal care products such as soap, toothpastes, cosmetics, and even plastics and clothing. While methotriclosan is the degraded form of triclosan and has been shown to persist longer in the environment and is more lipophilic or bioaccumulative by organisms. Researchers have found triclosan, methotriclosan, as well as other contaminants in the tissue of earthworms collected from land where biosolids have been previously applied. Some wastewater treatment plants have begun to use earthworms to process raw sewage sludge also. Triclosan is considered an endocrine disruptor, meaning it interferes with hormonal systems. It can potentially cause detrimental mutations to various species, including humans. And applying biosolids to land is potentially introducing chemical contaminants to the environment. In 2017, the FDA banned triclosan in antibacterial soaps as they are considered over-the-counter drugs under the FDA regulation. But the agency has different regulatory power over cosmetics, lotions, and gels, which can use triclosan as a preservative. These products are not required to have FDA approval before being marketed and sold. Researchers have also determined that there is no way to remove all PPCPs with the current wastewater treatment processes, even with the additional treatments like filters, ozonation, UV, and even chemical additions. And since triclosan is hydrophobic, it settles in with the biosolids. So I wanted to know, is there a way to remove triclosan and methotriclosan from biosolids prior to land application using earthworms? Past research has shown worms have the ability to bioaccumulate various toxins, including triclosan. Worms are already used to process human waste, so we know they are capable of surviving in and processing the substrate. But to my knowledge, no one has evaluated the use of earthworms for the distinct purpose of removing contaminants from biosolids prior to land application. So my research consisted of a lot of trials to find a way to make biosolids suitable for earthworm survival. And I am more than happy to share that information to interested parties. But today, I really want to focus on the tiny last part of my research that I found most interesting, and I hope to get some of you interested about as well. But first, one more thing about wastewater treatment. I'm going to be using the term digestion, and that is the process by which the sludge is treated. Aerobic digestion is where oxygen is pumped into the sludge to encourage microbes to break down pathogens, contaminants, while anaerobic digestion is the same process, but in an environment without oxygen. For my research, biosolids were collected from 3 wastewater treatment plants, each utilizing a different method of digestion to process their incoming sewage. For each biosolid source, I made a substrate that was divided amongst 2 containers. One received earthworms, and the other was left to age as a control without earthworms. And that would allow us to see what happens in the absence of worms. The City of Tacoma's Environmental Services Lab analyzed my samples for triclosan and methyltriclosan concentrations. I developed a fairly straightforward recipe. Simply mix by hand 4 parts biosolids and 3 parts paper mulch as the carbon supplement. Add enough water to reach 80% moisture. Add 1.6 kilograms of worms per square meter and allow to age for 35 days, then sample. So I hypothesized that I would see the lowest triclosan concentrations in the substrate exposed to earthworms compared to the control. And I also expected to see the lowest methyltriclosan concentrations in the substrate exposed to earthworms compared to the control. My results indicate that triclosan concentrations appear to decrease in the presence of earthworms. But let's take a closer look at what I found. In this figure, I've presented the triclosan concentrations for the 3 digestion processes before in blue, the control in red, and after worm exposure in green. Again, the control is simply the aged substrate without worms. And it looks as though there was a decrease higher than the before substrate. So since triclosan is a synthetic compound and is not naturally occurring, this discrepancy is believed to be due to variations in the gene. And taking into consideration there were no replicates in my study, I cannot make a conclusive statement of certainty. Also, the concentrations of triclosan is in the many thousands of micrograms, so small differences would be hard to observe without replicates. My hypothesis that the lowest methyltriclosan concentrations would be observed in the presence of earthworms was not supported by my findings. Again, this figure shows methyltriclosan concentrations in the substrates before, control, and after worms. And please take note that the y-axis only goes to 200 micrograms per kilogram, as opposed to the triclosan figure where the y-axis went to 7,000 micrograms per kilogram. So in the biosolids aerobically digested on the left, we see a decrease in methyltriclosan concentrations, and as I hypothesized, more so in the substrate exposed to earthworms. But what I found terribly interesting, and I'm most excited to share with you today, is that it appears that methyltriclosan concentrations in the other 2 biosolids tested increased with the earthworm present. So more so than the control. But with the 20% uncertainty, only the Tacoma substrate in the middle had a measurable difference in concentration. So let's take a closer look at the Tacoma biosolids because these are the results that I am super excited about. First, the triclosan concentrations. As we saw before, there isn't much measurable difference between the substrates before and after, whether it aged with or without earthworms. But when we look at the methyltriclosan concentrations, the increase is stark. And on this figure, I've included the values for a number of people. So having the earthworms present increased the amount of methyltriclosan from the initial concentration 32 times, whereas just allowing the substrates to age without worms, the concentration increased. The only way to know or to confirm this would be to test the worms, in which I didn't get to do due to funding limitations, but past research has. And what I found most interesting is that the methyltriclosan concentrations increased more when the earthworms were present in the Tacoma substrate compared to the control. And I think I might know why. A little bit of anatomy might help us understand what's going on. So this is a worm. This is its head. That's the other end. And this is where I think the magic happens. And I believe the magic is microbes that are fostered in the guts of earthworms. You see, earthworms eat microbes in the soil and excrete others in their feces. What's so cool is that, say an earthworm eats 10 microbes, it'll excrete 5. But those 5 are as active as the 10 previously consumed. I think the observed increase in methyltriclosan concentrations may be due to the supercharged microbes that are excreted in the earthworm's feces, which perhaps more readily degrades the triclosan into methyltriclosan. It's just my personal theory. And since methyltriclosan is more lipophilic, it can be more easily bioaccumulated by the earthworms. And I would hypothesize that this may be the case had the earthworms been allowed more time to process the biosolid substrates. So In conclusion, we know that pharmaceuticals and personal care products are entering the wastewater treatment plants, and current technology is not 100% effective. While the FDA has banned triclosan in some products, it does not have regulatory power over all consumer products containing triclosan. And the long-term effects of triclosan in the environment and on wildlife are unknown, and it's too late for the precautionary principle. But perhaps earthworms might be able to help mediate this issue we've started. Before I wrap up and answer any questions, there are just a few acknowledgements, primarily the City of Tacoma for their generous contribution of lab analysis and methods development. And with that, I look forward to your questions, and please feel free to contact me if you would like some further information from my research. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Whitney. Please unmute your speaker so we can deal with some questions. If you have questions, please put them into the chat box. We're working on the technology issues that are going on here, and hopefully we'll get that figured out. But if you have any questions, go ahead and put them in the chat box. We have time for, we're still going on.
Sorry, the timing was off. I don't know if that was my problem.
I don't know. We're don't have any questions, and the time is okay. We still have a few minutes.
Who funded my research? The City of Tacoma gave me $10,000 worth of lab research, but I did this for a master's degree. So I actually just went out and they just gave me some money. I didn't have anybody really funding the research itself. And then I did everything basically in my garage.
There's another question there.
Yeah, if methyltriclosan increased in the earthworms, what happens when the earthworms die and the compound released or still present in microbes? That's a good question. And unfortunately, I didn't get to do any of that research. I didn't get to test my worms. But theoretically, the worms would be essentially harvested. And since they're like 98% water, you could dehydrate them and then end up with a very, very small amount of actual physical waste. But I think it would be really fascinating to be able to test the worms, which researchers have done to look to see how much of the concentration of the chemical was found in the worms. But I didn't, that's definitely something that I've pondered. Like, what if the worms die? You're basically just re-releasing the compounds back into them. So it's pretty easy to harvest worms out of material. So it's definitely doable.
Any other questions? Still have a few minutes for questions. I'm going to wait until the appointed time things are supposed to start so people can get lined up if they're switching from one section to another. There's another question there.
Daughter products. I'm not quite sure what daughter products are. Sorry. If those are like the degraded forms of the products, the triclosan and methyltriclosan would be the daughter product. If that's what that means.
That's generally what that means, is what precursors or breakdown products.
Yeah, so I only looked at triclosan and methyltriclosan because I was limited in funding. And that was one of the most readily, most commonly found compound or PPCP in biosolids. So those are the two I looked at. The earthworms that I used were red wigglers. They're found at pretty much every worm farm. That's pretty much your composting worm. And what the what did triclosan may have been transformed to via earthworms? Yeah, no, I think that the earthworms may have transformed the triclosan into methyltriclosan because I did see a great spike in methyltriclosan when the worms were present, as opposed to the compounds or the substrate that was allowed to compost without earthworms. So there was a huge increase. So since methyltriclosan is more lipophilic, I think that perhaps maybe it would be able to absorb, the worms would be able to absorb the methyltriclosan more. So it's kind of a win-win. They break down the triclosan into methyltriclosan, which is more readily bioaccumulative. Where did I buy them? There was 3 different sources I bought them at. You could go online, they ship them all over depending on weather, the earthworms that is. Yes, and I do think that this method could be used at a larger scale of application. There are, in Granville, Virginia or West Virginia, there's a company or a facility that actually does vermicompost their biosolids, and like that's their only way of processing their biosolids. So I've talked to them there. If anybody has connections there, it would be super easy to continue this research to just like get some of their biosolids prior to the worm processing and then test it afterwards to look at the compounds. I just didn't have that ability at the time that I was doing my research. So that would be definitely something that's doable. There's also a company called Vermatech. I think it's established in Australia, and they are basically using worms to process all of the biosolids like in human waste. So they are trying to expand out of Australia. I think there's a US branch. So it's definitely, can be scaled up for larger scale applications for sure. It has been. So, and just want to let you guys know, I'm going to put my contact information in at the bottom in case anyone has further questions or wants to know about some information that I didn't necessarily present during the research. Or excuse me, during the presentation.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Whitney. We're going to now start to get on to the next presentation, which is by Michael Brady, Regional Economic Model of Municipal Compost Supply and Agricultural Demand with an application to Western Washington State. Hopefully we'll get the technology working a little better.
Hello, thanks for tuning in to this talk. My name is Mike Brady with the School of Economic Sciences at Washington State University. I'd also like to acknowledge my co-authors on this work, Karen Hills, Georgine Yorgi, and Doug Collins from the Center for Sustaining Ag and Natural Resources, also at Washington State University. This presentation is on some work we've done on developing and applying a regional economic model of municipal compost supply and agricultural demand with an application to Western Washington State. So our motivation for this work is really twofold. One is the expansion of curbside compost collection programs across a lot of municipalities, really throughout the world. The United States, Europe, these have become a lot more common in the last decade. But then also the fact that in some areas, the demand for the compost that's being produced as a result of these programs has been inadequate, and really so that there's not the demand has not sort of arisen to use the available supply. Our specific interest on the demand side is agriculture. So agriculture is a critical component of potential demand because of its scale. So agriculture can use just a lot of compost relative to other uses like residential uses. And up until now, at least in Washington State, but I think also in some other areas, demand from ag has been relatively weak. So there's not a lot of adoption of applying compost to agricultural fields. And so this really gets us into the question of why. Why is demand from ag weak? Is it simply a value cost calculus that the value of compost is simply not, as a soil amendment, is not valuable enough relative to the cost to farmers? Or is it more of an issue where value does exceed cost in a lot of situations, but concerns over things like contaminants are keeping a lot of farmers from using compost? And then we really want to build on earlier work. So rather than asking is the value of compost greater than or less than the cost, the reality is that because of the diversity of agriculture and fields, there's likely a fairly wide distribution of compost values for agriculture, even within a region. And so we really want to build out our approach here and not just try to pinpoint one average value for compost. We want to account for the distribution of compost values because you don't really need compost to be applied to every single field. Just a lot of being applied to some fields where it's most valuable would absorb a lot of supply. So that's where we're really trying to build from previous work. Our approach is developing a regional economic model. So by regional, we mean our motivation there is the fact that compost is bulky and really expensive to transport. So supply and demand are linked regionally. In most cases, it's going to be difficult for compost use to be compost to be used in one region and supplied from another. It's a little bit like water for irrigation in that way. And so it makes sense to have a regional model where supply and demand are within the same area. An economic model is the economic model component of this is looking at the value of compost for specific crop and field locations using sort of the canonical supply demand curve approach. And then to identify for how many fields or how much compost is the value likely to exceed the cost of producing and transporting it. And an important potential application of these findings is to identify the crop and soil conditions where there's a lot of uncertainty over whether or not compost value is greater than or less than the cost. There's really three potential cases. One where the value almost certainly exceeds the cost of compost. Another situation where the value of compost is almost certainly less than the value of compost is almost certainly less than the cost of compost. Then to identify the areas where it's uncertain, and those are the situations where we could really benefit from targeted field trials to really pinpoint exactly what the yield effects are and what the application rate should be for compost, because that's really what determines the value of compost in addition to the additional net revenue per acre that's generated because of using compost. So let's jump into that. How do we value compost? So first thing to mention in this case, we're being fairly strict about the value of compost. We're really only considering the private or the direct value to the farmer from using compost. We're not thinking about sort of also environmental benefits from a farmer using compost to say reducing other fertilizer use or compost substituting for other inputs, which generates value. And we're taking a sort of a lower bound here because of we don't want to rely on the assumption that any policy sort of pays farmers for environmental benefits. Or farmers have also told us they're hesitant to significantly alter their production systems using compost. It's likely to be they're just going to add compost to what they're already doing. That could change over time. And again, this may be a lower result in us producing a lower bound estimate of compost value. But that allows us to identify if we see a situation where compost value almost certainly exceeds cost, it may be even higher, right? So really kind of trying to be more of a situation of having a lower bound estimate, a little more conservative. So there's 4 key parameters to calculating compost value: net revenue without compost that we get from, well, I'll tell you that just here in a second. So net revenue without compost, the alpha is the yield increase from compost. The total land area planted in each crop. So K, the subscript there is by crop. So these are all crop specific numbers. And then total compost applied. And then the value calculation there is really the additional revenue you get divided by the amount of compost that you use. That'll give you value per unit of compost. So some of these things we know a lot better than the others. And as I mentioned before, we have a lot of uncertainty over compost, the yield effect from using compost. There was a meta-analysis by Wortman et al. 2017. That's our best source, looking across of a lot of studies, 27 to 43% yield increase. Compost application rates, we just have to make an assumption. Again, there is important to recognize that there's a lot of uncertainty there as well. Net revenue per acre, we rely on enterprise budgets from different sources. Sometimes we have really relevant budgets. Other times we have to sort of combine budgets because we don't have an enterprise budget for a specific crop in a region. But usually we can piece those together. And then total land area planted, that we know in a fairly accurate way based on just survey and remote sensing data for a given region, how many acres of each crop are grown. So when we combine at least those first three, we can get to look at what the value of compost is per crop. And again, we're assuming here that the compost is used at a fixed application rate. So, and that's the first column. And the application rate is based on our understanding of nutrient conditions. And so raspberries are lower than the others. And then we have our net revenue per acre from the budgets. And at the very last column there, you get a compost value. So that really shows the importance of taking sort of a regional perspective where you think of the full distribution of compost values everywhere from just under $1, which is almost certainly well below the cost of providing compost by an order of magnitude at the very least, all the way up to 60, almost $60, well, over $60 per cubic yard. So a huge range of value. And that really shows why it doesn't make sense to try to come up with a single average value of compost for agriculture for a region. Okay, so then how do we expand that though to make a regional demand curve, right? So an economic demand curve is a functional relationship that shows the value per unit value of each additional unit of compost. So the way to construct a demand curve is you take all the most valuable applications of compost here up to about 600 or so cubic yards. And that's if we flip back to the previous slide, that's the mixed vegetable. So that's where compost is likely to have the highest value. So we have acreage of mixed vegetable for the region. And then we think about compost being applied. And as long as it's still each unit of compost is being applied to mixed vegetables, it has a constant marginal value or additional value for another unit of compost. That changes once we've run out of mixed vegetable acreage to add this onto. And so then we're on to our next most valuable crop. So that's why you have that step function appearance. And so on until you get down to the very end there where we'd be applying it to wheat, which has a very low value. Now the step function sort of shape is inconvenient in a lot of ways for looking at kind of thinking about supply and demand together. And also even within mixed vegetables, there's probably a lot of variation either due to the exact vegetables that are grown or how close they are to a farmer's market. So what we do is we use an approach that fits a smooth curve, we can monotonically decreasing curve where the price or the value of compost as a function of quantity of compost sort of smoothly fits that. And that gets us our downward sloping demand curve. And it's that sort of helps in our analysis later on and, sort of smooths out the step function. But that gets us, that's how we get our regional compost demand curve. What about supply? So supply is a lot easier, at least given the assumptions we think are valid to make. So an economic supply curve maps out the cost of producing each additional unit of compost. In our case, I think it's reasonable to assume that there's a constant marginal cost of supplying compost. The reason is that the composters, a lot of compost is already collected in the region, and the cost, so the compost facilities are already built, and the cost to process an additional unit of compost is likely the same as the previous unit of compost. So we're for a fairly wide range relative to where compost is currently being supplied. Additional compost or a little bit less compost can be supplied at the same per unit cost. So this allows us to assume that the supply curve, or which maps out the marginal cost of supplying compost, is constant or just a horizontal line. If we put it with the cost of compost on the y-axis and the quantity on the x-axis. And based on a lot of surveys of compost producers, In addition to thinking about the transportation cost to farms, the number we arrive at is $28 per cubic yard. Okay, so how do we combine supply and demand to predict a regional quantity of compost used? Well, the first thing you can see is that $28 is a lot less than the $60 of value. So that's the first thing is saying, you know, it's likely that there's situations where the value of compost exceeds the cost of supplying it. So it seems like some amount of compost should be transacted. So we'll assume farmers will apply compost or another additional unit of compost if the cost is lower than the additional revenue. And because the cost is less than the additional revenue they get. So it makes my financial sense to do that. So we overlay the regional supply and demand curve and find the intersection, and that's a point between the two. And that's where we can make a prediction about how much compost should be used based on purely the private benefits to farmers relative to the cost of supplying it. So we had a couple different scenarios here. The dotted lines didn't quite show up. The upper lighter gray line is the higher cost, the higher value. The slope down line is demand curve. The two horizontal curves are supply. So this allows us to do some sensitivity analysis. So our main central result is right here, that just below 700,000 cubic yards of compost, it would seem for that amount of compost, the value exceeds the cost. So that's a lot of compost relative to the potential use and relative to what's currently used. And then we can adjust the cost up. If we adjusted the cost up, but kept the demand curve the same, we'd be down to about 500,000 cubic yards if we assume the cost of supplying compost was $38 per yard. The most sort of optimistic scenario is a higher value or higher demand curve, but then still the low cost, and that gets over the point of 1,100 or 1 million cubic yards of compost. So that allows us to do some sensitivity analysis. The take-home message from this is that based on what we think are reasonable assumptions of the value for compost and the cost of supplying it, a lot of compost could be used in agriculture without even thinking about additional benefits like environmental benefits or substituting for other inputs. An important way that we can apply this supply and demand model, this regional economic model, is to think about the net benefits to the region from compost being used. So if you add up the area below the demand curve and above the supply curve for that whole quantity, you can think about the total benefits to the region from compost being used for agriculture. And because that kind of helps put it into perspective of the cost of compost collection programs. So if you go to the maximum point here, so if you just use a little bit of compost, we have a positive value. So this curve maps it out. If you go to the peak, so assuming that compost is used up to the point where its value exceeds its cost, we have so just under 600. This is for our main scenario. That generates a net value to the region of just over $16 million. And which is a meaningful amount relative to if we think about net farm income for agriculture for the region. So I think that the take home there is that this is a significant additional financial benefit to farmers if these value and cost calculations are correct and farmers can adopt them. So there's promise to really kind of look into this further and clarify the value of compost more, because the potential benefits are significant. So that gets us to our main conclusion. So as I just mentioned, it's reasonable to assume we think that compost value exceeds cost for a lot of farmland surrounding Seattle. So really that points us to, this is not necessarily a fundamental issue where just the value is lower than the cost. So what we need are more studies clarifying yield and input substitution relationships, just so that farmers can have more confidence that they're actually going to see these values realized if they do in fact apply compost. There's just too much uncertainty right now. So, and hopefully the approach here can pinpoint where studies are needed the most. And then we also need to understand that even if you do that, are there things that are standing in the way, like food safety concerns around contaminants in compost, that even if the value greatly exceeds the cost, that concerns over things like FSMA or Food Safety Modernization Act, or that relate to contaminants of compost getting into food. The farmers just don't want to take that risk, even if they have a potential financial benefit from using compost. So we think this is a valuable contribution to this literature, and also points to important avenues for future research. Thanks for tuning into this talk, and I hope you found it to be valuable. And you can always email me at bradym@wsu.edu with any comments or questions. Thank you.
Okay, Michael, please unmute your microphone, and we have time for a few questions.
Yeah, so I saw the one question there on defining the specific region. So our region in this case was Western Washington. So really the Puget Sound area from Tacoma, potentially up to Bellingham. We looked at, and Karen Hills did a lot of this work. We looked at specific places. So there's composters throughout the area. There were farmland throughout that area. And then the distance calculation, the transportation to farms, is the important cost calculation. And that was really an average across all of the kind of compost to fields. So we designated the individual farm fields. So that enters in through the cost calculation. As far as the region, though, we define that the Western Washington as one region, and that it's one market for compost.
Great, thank you, Michael. Any other questions? We have time for another one. Okay, in addition, is there any reason why carbon sequestration and potential of composting was not included in the evaluation?
Yeah, because that would require the adoption of a climate policy to internalize that benefit. So a payment system of farmers at this point, what really motivates this is lawsuits against some of the composters for air quality. And the issue is they've got growing piles of compost. And lawsuits are being filed, and they're asking for legislation protecting them from those lawsuits. And we're really trying to understand right now, why isn't the market more active? Valuing environmental benefits is important, but also waiting for climate policy to be adopted and implemented is a big question. And I think this is more urgent of a problem to see why don't we have more transacted under current conditions. It's an important policy question. Also, climate is an important policy question as well, but I think there's kind of a more immediate question that we wanted to answer without and also if there is the adoption of a climate policy, which is a big if.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael. If you have any more questions, please contact him directly, and we're going to move on to the next presentation. And the presentation by myself on biosolids, and we'll go ahead and get started. Good morning, this is Andy Berry from Washington State University. I'm a soil scientist. I work with biosolids, manures, and other materials for crop production that can be recycled into agriculture. Today I'm going to talk about fertilizing with biosolids and land application of the biosolids. I'm going to provide an overview of the basics of using biosolids as a nutrient source for crop production and how it may work, and the different types of biosolids that are available. Biosolids are a product of the municipal wastewater treatment plant, and the raw sewage is treated to become that must meet US EPA guidelines for the land application goals, which is reduce trace elements and reduce pathogen levels of your biosolids. And they must meet those before they can be called biosolids. Generally, here's a list of what you find in biosolids. You have a fair amount of organic matter and nitrogen and phosphorus with lesser amounts of sulfur, calcium, magnesium, and lesser amounts of potassium. We'll talk about potassium later, but it's an important nutrient to watch over when you're using biosolids for crop production. but they have a lot of nitrogen, phosphorus. The application rates are based on the nitrogen of the biosolids. Two types of biosolids for pathogen removal: class B, which removes almost the entire amount of pathogens and is suitable for farm and forest applications. This is either usually anaerobically or aerobically digested, and it refers to as what's been used in the industry as called a cake. It's sort of like a smoked chocolate pudding, or the lime stabilized material, which is using lime to reduce the amount of pathogens in your biosolids, or class A, which is near complete removal, suitable for all uses, including home and urban uses of biosolids. It's usually a compost or a dried material. And here's an example of the different types of biosolids and how they're used. Here's an example of some cake. It's just a chocolate, a dark black brown material that looks like a chocolate pudding, spread here by hands in some research block. Lots of them on dry land wheat. And then the class A materials, this is a dry product, so much like a granular fertilizer. It's lower nutrient content than urea does. It's heat dried and used like fertilizer. Or you can use a compost material with biosolids mixed with the yard debris, other wood type waste acts, bulking agent. And you can then compost it and make a very nice material that can be then land applied for crop production, for fruits or vegetable production. Or sometimes, depending on the biosolid you have, goes through some process of dual digestion. Produce a class A material cake, which can then be just mixed with either soil or some other wood product to make a nice land application material that also looks good for crop growth. Trace elements are an important part of understanding biosolids usage. They've been studied for many years now, and the levels have declined over the last 20 years. And where we see we have industrial pretreatment where they bought that biosolids in incoming live nature, they don't have much in there, or they do through pH adjustment using it. It's an interesting fact that biosolids matrix, which is used to make the cake, actually can reduce metal availability for uptake or for leaching. So biosolids are used as uptaking metals in, this is an old mine site in Colorado, used with biosolids growth, so you get crop growth, and it helps have less tie-up of metals, and they have more tie-up metals in the soil. Here's an example of the different levels of trace elements in biosolids. They have two different variable levels that you're needing to use what is called a table A value, which is divided by USDA, which is low enough for land application. You need to make sure the materials are less than this amount for land application. That's table 1 levels, but having even a better material biosolids, you need what they call table 3 values, which are even lower than table 1 values. And so they have much less prevalent, much safer to use. And also a number of these, a number of the micronutrients that are used here are important for crop production. So here's an example of a national survey of average numbers of various trace elements found in biosolids, all much lower than table 3 values. That's typical of many places around the country. Here's an example of some right in King County from 2015. Again, these are much lower than table 3 values, which is typical, which you find in applications with solid land applied. Here's an example of some research we've done in Douglas County looking at wheat grain production. And we have had 5 treatments here. We have an unfertilized plot, and 3 levels of biosolids, 2, 3, 4.5 dry ton. You find the agronomic rate is about 2.5 ton, which you can see here. That in this case is the first crop after biosolids application. In this case, all biosolids treatments exceed, have the greatest yield over fertilized control. So it's important to notice here that we're getting about 55 bushels per acre with fertilized control of anhydrous ammonia, where with biosolids getting up to about 70 bushels per acre. So there's, a fair amount, 20 bushels yield benefit from using biosolids in this case. Here's an example of research from those plots, which is referred to as GP17. We've been on these plots since 1996. Here's grain yields from 96 through 2016. And you can see, there's a little bit of noise here, but in all cases, biosolids are either equal to or greater than the commercial fertilizer apply. So it's really, really good. This is all soft white wheat except for last year, 2016. Oil was converted to triticale. Biosolids contains generally two types of nitrogen. Certain organic nitrogen that we mentioned is bound to some organic material, and ammonium nitrogen, which is from NH4 biosolids. So organic and ammonium will need to go through mineralization process, become plant available for plants and microbes. And so you need to be able to calculate those for doing land application. And you have to make sure that you don't overapply, so you're leaving yourself up for leaching or gaseous loss in the atmosphere. So as far as organic nitrogen over its availability over time, very first year, you'll get part of the organic and will be available the first year, and part will be available the second, and then you'll have a residual amount of organic and it's not available the first year. So in the second year after you apply and make a fresh application, you'll have that biosolids from the first year that's available and a portion that's unavailable. Then from the biosolids that were applied in year one, you can see that only a portion of it is available, lesser amounts that are available in the second year, lesser amounts are available in the third year, fourth year, and fifth year. So it becomes a diminishing return for availability, which is why you need them. You'll get a year and you take it into account for your second year crop as to how much is available for crop production. Here's an example of the range of organic and the amount of nitrogen that's available from it. Somewhere between 0 and 40% available in the first year, depends on the processing type. So from a lagoon treatment plant that's been very old, you may not get much nitrogen, almost zero from it, or if it's a very active material from a aerobically digested material, you get up to 40% available. Usually you see it in the 30% range for an anaerobic or aerobic digested, they call K. Then for the ammonium in the first year, you get 20 to 100% available, depending on how it's handled. If you're injecting it right into the soil surface, you can get 100% of the ammonium retained in the first year. Or if you're land applying it and putting it on the surface of the soil, like in a pasture, then you get much, much less because it's lost to the atmosphere. And so in the second year, in the first year, let's say we get about 30% available of the organic N. And in the second year, the amount of organic available is about 8%, 8% available. And in the third year, about 3% available. And in the fourth and fifth year, about 1% available. So it becomes diminishing as time goes on, but you need to take that into account when figuring out your nutrient plan for the second, third, and fourth and fifth years. So biosolids can meet nutrient needs for most crops out there, and you are applying a fair amount of organic matter to recycle to the soil. And you see here a demonstration of this is with biosolids compost. This is an uncomposted control. Much greater growth up here and much greener leaves. So phosphorus is important to consider when applying biosolids. Addition of P provides long-term benefits for crop growth from biosolids. You need to be careful to avoid P loss to sensitive bodies of water, so you may need to look at some tests that helps you determine out what's your risk of phosphorus loss from the field. So there's some agronomic tests available to help better determine when phosphorus is needed for your soil. And also similar tests can be used to determine the risk of movement to nearby bodies of water, such as the phosphorus index. Potassium is in low levels in biosolids, and you need to make sure that you've done your soil tests and see how much potassium is in your soil. And if you need to add any more, this will need to be added through supplied by a commercial fertilizer that's added on top of the biosolids. We have developed a extension bulletin here for determining calculation of biosolids application rates in agriculture. And it takes you step by step through the process of determining how much biosolids you need, knowing your agronomic rate of that you want to apply. So the information that is needed for biosolids rate application should be nitrogen concentration in biosolids, particularly organic N and ammonium N. Other sources of N, such as manure or fertilizer. Soil factors are how much N are you getting available for mineralization in your soil from year to year. Or how much are you having nitrogen in your irrigation water, or you have made any previous applications of biosolids to your field. And those all need to be taken into account. And then a fertilizer recommendation, I would usually recommend using an extension bulletin if I want, or using a soil scientist who's familiar with the cropping practice. So here's a couple of different extension bulletins I use in Washington. The two most used crops for biosolids applications are pastures used for increasing pasture growth, or dryland winter wheat. So in summary, biosolids is a good source of nutrients for crop production, usually with wheat and grass for pastures in Washington, but other crops can be used. You can make repeat applications, but they can lead to increase in phosphorus levels. You need to watch that out. You don't have an excessive amount of phosphorus in your soil. And the use of biosolids can increase total carbon and nitrogen in the soil. And another researcher will have some information on soil health benefits from using biosolids in a little bit. And using biosolids can reduce soil health. And here's a few publications that can be used to gather more information about biosolids use for crop production. Thank you very much and have a good day. Okay, I have to apologize for the audio on that one. I'm not quite sure why it was so garbled, but I'll put my email address in the in the box so you can get a hold of me if you need more information. But do we have any questions now? Okay, so do we have any questions? No questions. So I'll go ahead and put my name and my contact information in the box if you want to get a hold of me to get more information. There's a question. Are application rates of biosolids managed by heavy metals? There are some restrictions about the amount of heavy metals in there, but generally day-to-day application rates are determined on nitrogen content, because when you calculate trace element loading of heavy metals, it becomes many years before you reach EPA guidelines that you would have to stop applying biosolids. So in function, nitrogen is used for determining nitrogen application, biosolids application rates. Any other questions? Okay, we're going to wait a couple minutes before we get started. The next one, because I want to stay on somewhat on schedule. So the next one will start at 9:50, and it'll be nutrient removal and organic strength reduction of dairy water waste via vermifilter system. But that'll still be a minute or two away. Another question, will slides presentation be available after the conference? Yes, there will be available after the conference, or contact me directly if you're looking for more information or you want to talk about my presentation. Okay, we're going to get started on to the next one, and it'll be nutrient removal and organic strength reduction of dairy water via vermiculture system.
Hello, my name is Gilbert Mito from the Department of Biological Systems Engineering, Washington State University in Pullman, and this is my presentation about treatment of dairy wastewater using a low-cost vermifilter technology. So those are the names of my team members, Pius Ndegwa, Femi Alej, and Sifolo Koulibaly. And this will be the layout of my presentation. I'll start with an introduction, take you through the objectives of the study, the materials and methods that we used, the results and discussions, conclusions, and the future works. So just to give you a background, the dairy industry is really one of the biggest industries in the USA, and it has been characterized by a decrease in the number of dairy animals, like the number of animals that are on the farm. But this increase in the number of animals, the decrease in the number of dairy farms is happening at a time when we're having the increase in the size of the individual farms. Like we're having more animals per unit area, which is bringing about regional concentrations of dairies. So we have like a high number of animals in a smaller regional area, which is bringing about very large volumes of manure. So we can't fully utilize all the manure that's happening in that's being produced in these areas. So this brings about challenges of concerns to the impact on the air and the water quality, because we can have cases of runoff, leaching, which could lead to eutrophication and several other environmental related demerits of concentrated wastewater streams. So the current utilization of this wastewater involves the use on the farms, like for growth of forage crops. So it's used as fertilizers, which is a very effective method for nutrient cycling, but it also brings along challenges of odor, because there's a big problem of odor, and there's also a potential risk of water pollution, as I've mentioned earlier on. So, we are thinking of how can this dairy wastewater be put to use, or how can it be treated? So there are several technologies that have been looked at. We've looked at aerobic technologies and anaerobic technologies. Aerobic range from lagoons and oxidation ditches, and the anaerobic we look at energy recovery using anaerobic lagoons and any other energy extraction options. So these are very good alternatives to the reuse of dairy wastewater. However, they are really expensive, and they have a very high space requirement and very high maintenance costs. So there's a technology that's being fronted, which is called vermifiltration. This is a low-cost, environmentally sustainable alternative where we treat wastewater streams using earthworms in their ecosystems, and we're able to recover nutrients in form of biomass and in form of vermicast. But there's not a lot research of having this technology implemented on dairy wastewater streams. So the main objective of the study was to evaluate the potential mitigation of the environmental impacts if we installed a vermifiltrator system on a commercial dairy in Washington state. So this was achieved by evaluating the removal efficiencies of solids, organics, and nutrients in the dairy wastewater streams by the use of this vermifilter system. And we also evaluated the potential air emission mitigations. So we looked at the major air emissions coming off from the dairy wastewater streams. So we were trying to assess how did this vermifilter system help in controlling these emissions. So this is a layout of some of the things we did. Right here in the top left corner, you can see a unit that was already constructed. This is a vermifiltration unit with 3,000 kilograms of worms per unit area, and we have an upstream and a downstream tank for the storage of the dairy wastewater. So this is how we picked samples, and from these samples we used the static chamber method, and this is gas analyzer and a multi-point sampler. This is what we used for measuring the emissions coming off from the upstream and the downstream wastewater streams. Then we transported the dairy wastewater to our cold room at 4 degrees Celsius for storage, from which we picked samples and carried out colorimetry to assess the nutrient and the physical properties of the wastewater streams, both the upstream and the downstream. So this is what we observed. We observed that there was a lot of variation because we monitored this for a period of 6 months from July to December. We saw a lot of variation, which is attributed to the different intake qualities of the wastewater, but it's also attributed to the weather conditions, the treatment state of the unit. But averagely, we found that the total solids in the wastewater, in the influent wastewater, were around 5 grams per liter, averagely around 5 grams per liter, but we achieved removal efficiencies of up to 32%. So we are observing highest removal rates of 32%. With COD, we are looking at averagely 3 grams of COD per liter in the influent, but this was able to be reduced by 51% just by the use of this vermifiltration technology. Total nitrogen was standing at 600 milligrams per liter, but with our technology, we're able to reduce it by up to 91%. total ammonium nitrogen, which is like the most soluble form of nitrogen in the wastewater, was also found to be at around 200 milligrams, 200 parts per million. And with our treatment technology, we saw that we're able to achieve up to 90% of the removal efficiency. So we were able to confirm that this removal is attributed to the degradation of the organics, which is occurring in the vermifiltration, and also the ammonification, nitrification, and denitrification, which are occurring concurrently. That's why we are able to see the high removal efficiencies of up to 90%. So we went ahead and also looked at the total phosphorus. Total phosphorus was approximately around 60 milligrams per liter, and we were able to remove up to 57% of it using our treatment technology with the worms. The orthophosphates, which are like the most reactive form of the phosphates in the wastewater, were up to 20 milligrams per liter, but we were able to remove 30% of this. And we attribute this removal to the filtration effect, because the vermifilter is able to carry out a filtration process, and there is also oxidation of the phosphorus that's present in the dairy wastewater. So we are confident that the vermifiltration unit was able to achieve these removal efficiencies. We also looked at the emissions using our static chamber method, and if you look at ammonia, there was not a lot of ammonia coming off of the dairy influent, because we are looking at an average of around 0.3 parts per million per minute, but still we were able to reduce this to as far as 100%. Like we're able to achieve up to 100% of the removal efficiency. So we are saying that the units, the downstream wastewater had almost no emissions coming off. When we look at carbon dioxide, which was around 30 parts per million, averagely 25 to 30 parts per million, we are seeing reduction rates of up to 85%. If you look at this, 85% of the removal efficiency. So we're able to get rid of 85% of the emissions. Same thing applies for methane, which was around 5 parts per million average in the influent. We're able to reduce it by up to 100%. So we are saying that almost there were no emissions coming off in the wastewater downstream, yet upstream we are seeing a bit of concentration. With the case of nitrous oxide, these values were so low that this variation is probably attributed to just instrumental errors, because the values were almost less than 0.05. So there was a lot of variation in this that we didn't put it a lot into under consideration. When you take a look at this, we try to assess. We also kept monitoring the temperature just to see if it has any effect on the removal efficiency, and we observed that for an example of the nitrogen form, which is ammonium nitrogen, there was up to 71% correlation between the temperature and the removal efficiency, implying that at higher temperatures we are having higher removal efficiencies. This is because at higher temperatures we're having more activity happening in the vermifilter, so that's why we have this high correlation. Same thing happens to ammonia, which is in form of emissions. Up to 83% there's up to 83% correlation between the temperature and the removal efficiency. So still we can appreciate that at higher temperatures, higher ambient temperatures, we are getting more removal of ammonia in form of emissions. And ammonia is like the biggest issue with dairy wastewater streams. So this is giving us a good it's giving us good progress that the Fermi filter is actually doing removal of these nutrients and the reduction in the emissions. So in conclusion, the vermifilter system was able to remove a significant portion of the nitrogen and the ammoniacal nitrogen with up to 91% removal, but there were moderate removals in the chemical oxygen demand and the total solids. Also, the total phosphorus was fairly removed up to 57%. And from the study, we can appreciate that this reduction in the organics and the nutrients is due to the synergistic action of the earthworms and the microorganisms present in the vermifilters. In regards to emissions, we are seeing up to 100% of reduction in upstream emissions coming off from the dairy water. And we've also seen that the prevalent temperature can influence up to 83% of the removal efficiency. So temperature has a lot to do with the efficiency of the technology. And we've also observed that the vermifilter is not very conclusive on nitrous oxide emissions, so we need further investigation into this. But we're able to conclude that a vermifiltration system can reduce the organics, the nutrients, and the potential emissions coming from the dairy wastewater streams. So currently, we are still investigating the effects of adjusting the organic strength, the hydraulic loading, and we're also looking at adjusting the earthworm density, how it affects the removal efficiency. And we're also looking at determining if the irrigation frequency has something to do with the removal efficiency. These are all undergoing works. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate you for listening. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you very much, Gilbert. We have time for questions. So does anybody have any questions? Please put them in the chat box. Gilbert, you should unmute your microphone at this point in time.
Yeah.
I have one question. Are you going to be able to calculate a nitrogen mass balance along the system as you've been working with it?
Yeah, it's something that came up in one recent presentation I had where someone was asking me about where the extra nitrogen goes. So I think it's something I'm going to look into.
Okay, very good. We have a question here. Where was the vermicomposting performed?
There's a dairy farm in Yakima. I don't wish to expose them because most people don't want to be exposed in this kind of way. But it's in Washington, and it's in Yakima County.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. We have another question here. Notice that the ammonia removal was 110% of maximum. Can you explain this?
Yeah, actually, that could be probably an outlier. We're still looking at that data, but the rest of the data was agreeing. But we had it was like a 1 point that was giving us more removal than what came in. So we either have to deal with it as an outlier or to further explain that 110%.
Okay, another question is, was there a heater associated with the project to protect worms from cold weather?
Well, there's no heater, but the unit is like 4 feet deep of wood chippings. So during colder months, the worms will go deeper into the bedding. So there's no provision for heating, but the worms will try to deal with it.
Okay. Now I think this one, you might want to go into a little more depth. This question is, did you measure nitrous oxide?
Yeah, like I showed in one of the results, we measured nitrous oxide, but the values were low, and we had a lot of variation even at those low values. But it's still inconclusive. We can't really conclude about nitrous oxide, but the values were pretty low.
Okay. Another question would be, Could you describe the bed and the wastewater was moved through the material was used and how long the wastewater was retained in the worm bed before flowing out?
So the vermifilter was constructed by a company called Biofiltro. They had a presentation yesterday and they explained this process very well, where it has like 4 feet of wood chippings and it has cobblestones at the bottom. So it's like a filtration unit, but we have earthworms in the top like 3 feet. So the earthworm, the wastewater stream has to be like, we reduce the total solids by putting it into a settling tank so that we can get off some of the solids. So it's a low solid wastewater stream. So the worms are basically, the worms are in a wood chipping layer. Oh, and the retention time is 4 hours. So the wastewater will stay in the unit for 4 hours.
Okay.
Someone is asking about the ambient temperature.
Yes.
Well, I've not done the conversion to the Celsius scale, to the Fahrenheit scale. I use the Celsius scale. So it's around 25 to 30 degrees Celsius. Sorry about that.
That's fine. People can learn to
Yeah, I'm comfortable.
back and forth.
Yeah.
Any other questions? We still have time for another one.
Mriganka, thank you for the thought. I don't know, he or she said wood chippings in the system help in heterotrophic denitrification. Probably that's why you're seeing less nitrous oxide. Thank you for the thought. I'm gonna share it with the team and see what we can come up with. Thank you for that.
Okay. So I think we're going to move on to the next presentation, which is by Ben Nicholson, and that's compost applications in the California Healthy Soils Program.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Nicholson, and I'm an air resources engineer with the Climate Investments branch of the California Air Resources Board, and I work on California's Healthy Soils Program. The Healthy Soils Program is administered by the California Department of Food and Agriculture, but CARB is responsible for the accounting the benefits achieved by the program. Today, I'm going to talk about how the compost application practice was developed, quantified, and applied in the Healthy Soils Program. While most other practices in the Healthy Soils use Natural Resource Conservation Service practice standards and Comet Planner greenhouse gas benefit calculations, compost application is a little different. First, a brief primer on how the Healthy Soils Program is funded. Money raised by the California Cap and Trade Program auctions are put in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. $6.3 billion have been implemented since its inception. The fund is used to support programs and state agencies whose projects further reduce greenhouse gas emissions, as well as providing quantifiable benefits to the local communities. These include programs associated with growing food and managing food waste. The Climate Investments branch of the Sustainable Transportation and Communities Division manages these investments, determines how to quantify the benefits of the projects, and reports these benefits annually. So the Healthy Soils Program is one of many funded from the GGRF. Each year, the legislature decides how that money is to be apportioned to different programs. Programs not only include healthy soils and other agricultural programs, but also forest health programs, transportation programs, and building efficiency programs. The Healthy Soils Program is made up of 25 practices developed by the NRCS and 2 developed by CDFA. This spring, CDFA selected 319 projects for the Healthy Soils incentive funding. The Healthy Soils Program has been allocated over $40 million and created a greenhouse gas benefit of roughly 127,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Here is a pie chart of the number of practices in projects selected during the 2020 Healthy Soils solicitation round. Most projects propose to use multiple complementary practices, so the total number of practices shown add up to more than 319. Of the 319 projects selected, 80% of them include compost application as a practice in that project. It is far and away the most popular practice in the Healthy Soils Program. We suspect this is the case because of the nutrients in the compost that are directly used by crops to increase productivity. While other practices do have on-farm benefits, such as improved water holding capacity, reduced soil erosion, and increased pollinator presence, none of them affect the farmer's bottom line as directly as free compost. NRCS conservation management practices have conservation practice standards that describe how practices should be implemented. NRCS does have a conservation practice standard for nutrient management, which includes compost application. However, CDFA did not want to require farmers to create a nutrient management plan as part of the application process. CDFA wanted to reduce the hurdles required for farmers to apply. While a nutrient management plan does earn extra points in the Healthy Soils application process, it is not a necessary step. Instead, the predetermined application rate for compost will limit the environmental impacts of compost application without a nutrient management plan. CDFA also made clear which areas are ineligible for compost application, including seasonal wetlands, serpentine soil types, conservation lands, lands dominated by native plants, and watersheds already impacted by nitrogen or phosphorus. Like all practices in the Healthy Soils Program, the compost application practice needs to be applied on a parcel where the practice has not been implemented before and be applied each year of the 3-year project life. The farmer is paid $50 per wet ton of compost based on an analysis of compost prices in California. The compost can either be purchased from a certified compost facility or produced on-farm. On-farm compost must use on-farm material only in either a static aerated pile or windrow system. Here are the application rates for the CDFA compost application practice. They are based on calculations of the amount of plant available nitrogen in the compost. Given the difficulty in determining a single rate to hundreds of crop types, the agricultural systems were divided into annual crops, orchards and vineyards, and pasture lands, grasslands, and rangelands. Both high nitrogen and low nitrogen compost can be applied to crops. A carbon to nitrogen ratio of 11 defines the difference between high and low nitrogen compost, based on an analysis of compost in California. Only low nitrogen compost can be applied to pastures and rangelands in the program to limit the risk of impact on plant diversity. The effects of compost application on grasslands continue to be studied. These compost application rates are low, less than 1/4 of an inch thick. They need to be low to keep environmental impacts low. However, even at these rates, farmers have noticed improvements. For instance, pasture land with compost application have stayed green longer into the spring than adjacent land that did not receive compost. Farmers can choose to add compost at a higher rate than the rate shown here, but the Healthy Soils Program will only pay for the portion of compost applied at these rates. Programs funded by the California Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund must account for greenhouse gas reductions and other benefits in an annual report to the state legislature in the spring. CARB is responsible for both determining the quantification methodologies used to calculate the benefits and for reporting the quantified benefits to the legislature. CARB uses biogeochemical models to quantify the emissions and sequestrations in the Healthy Soils program. Biogeochemical models require information about land use, the soil, the climate, the crops, and the land management to determine emissions and soil carbon sequestration. For the healthy soils practices that have been developed by NRCS, the greenhouse gas benefit is calculated using a model called DayCent. NRCS partnered with Colorado State University to compile the DayCent results in a tool called Comet Planner. For the healthy soils practices that have been developed by the CDFA, which are compost application and whole orchard recycling, the greenhouse gas benefit is calculated using the denitrification decomposition model, or DNDC. DNDC was developed at the University of New Hampshire, and CARB uses it for agricultural modeling. The research division at CARB modeled compost application for each county in California. The DNDC model simulates decomposition, nitrification, denitrification, fermentation, and methanogenesis, tracking the movement of carbon and nitrogen through the 4 different carbon pools: plant residue, microbial biomass, active humus, and passive humus. Daily meteorological data were derived from weather data produced by the DayMet model from the square kilometer cell that was closest to the area-weighted geographical center of croplands in each county. Soil properties were area averaged from the Soil Survey Geographic Database. 53 crops were area averaged from the National Agricultural Statistics Service and grouped into annual, perennial, irrigated pastureland, and unirrigated rangeland. Farming management data, including planting and harvest dates, tillage, fertilization, irrigation, and residue management, were developed for the crops largely from open literature, surveys, as well as personal communications with researchers, growers, and University of California cooperative extension staff. 4 irrigation methods, flooding, sprinkler irrigation, surface drip, and subsurface drip, for each of the 53 crops modeled were taken from the California Department of Water Resources statewide irrigation methods survey. An assumption of 1 head per acre was assumed for the grazing scenarios. The scenarios by crop and irrigation method in each county were modeled for 3 years, from 1998 to 2000, with the year 2000 emissions selected as results for alignment with the modeling used in the Comet modeling. Crop residue carbon was excluded from soil sequestered carbon calculations because of its rapid breakdown to carbon dioxide. When the individual results by crop and irrigation method in each county were weight averaged, there are ultimately 6 compost application scenarios: high and low nitrogen compost application to annual crops, high and low nitrogen compost application to orchards and vineyards, compost application to grazed grasslands, and compost applications to grazed irrigated pasture. Let's look at the results for Fresno County. The benefit from sequestered carbon is roughly proportional to the amount of compost applied to the soil, about 0.6 metric tons of CO2 per ton of wet carbon applied. Of wet compost applied. Because there is no reduction in fertilizer application, the additional nitrogen in the compost creates a nitrous oxide disbenefit. The nitrous oxide disbenefit is, on a per ton of compost basis, higher for high nitrogen compost than for low nitrogen compost. Changes in methane emissions are small. While the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund does not require an optimization of greenhouse gas costs, it is an interesting statistic for people. The cost of the greenhouse gas savings for the compost application practices is in the high $70s range for low nitrogen compost and in the low $90s range for high nitrogen compost on account of the nitrous oxide disbenefit. The average Healthy Soils project has a cost of about $173 per metric ton of CO2 equivalent, and the programs in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund have costs ranging from $9 per ton to several $1,000s per ton. In the first year of the Healthy Soils program, the greenhouse gas benefit for compost application had to be calculated separately from Comet Planner. Because it is such a popular practice, most applicants had to use 2 calculators for their single application of their projects. Recently, in partnership with NRCS and under a CDFA contract, Colorado State has combined the NRCS and CDFA practices into a single working website tool that Healthy Soils applicants use to apply for funds. The Comet Planner for the CDFA Healthy Soils program has been edited to include not only CDFA compost application practice and whole orchard recycling practice, but also the specific NRCS practices that CDFA selected to be part of the Healthy Soils program. All other practices are excluded to avoid confusion. This version of Comet Planner also includes a payment scenario so that the website calculates both the greenhouse gas benefit and the estimated payment the farmer will receive for implementing the practices. Let's look at the difference between the National Comet Planner website and the Comet Planner for the CDFA Healthy Soils program. In the National Comet Planner, practices are grouped by practice management class: cropland management, grazing lands, woody plantings, cropland to herbaceous cover, and restoration of disturbed lands. In the Healthy Soils Comet Planner, there are fewer practices, so they can be grouped by agricultural system: cropland, orchard or vineyard, and grazing land. So if you are implementing multiple practices, you can select them all in step 3, instead of repeating steps 2 and 3 in the National Comet Planner. The risk of accidentally choosing an incorrect practice for your agricultural system is also eliminated. While the Healthy Soils program is at what I'd call a stable equilibrium, we continue to look for ways to improve the program. CDFA is beginning a review of new proposed practices, many of which are other organic amendments to be applied to soil. CDFA has also conducted stakeholder workshops and created a draft framework to encourage private organizations to fund healthy soils practices outside of the Healthy Soils program. NRCS is developing a conservation practice standard for compost application that can be applied nationally. Outside of the agricultural sphere, the state of California is increasing its efforts to divert organic waste away from landfills. Composting this waste will dramatically increase the amount of compost available in California. In general, California is increasingly incorporating natural and working lands planning in its efforts to become both carbon neutral and more resilient to the effects of climate change. Due to the effects of COVID on state revenues, allocations of greenhouse gas reduction funds to programs like Healthy Soils have not yet occurred this fiscal year. However, due to the popularity of the program, we anticipate that the Healthy Soils program and compost application will return to improve the soils of California. You can learn more about the Healthy Soils program at the CDFA's Healthy Soils program website. Try out Comet Planner for the CDFA Healthy Soils program at its website, and learn more about the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund at CARB's California Climate Investments website. My email is also posted if you have any follow-up questions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ben. Why don't you unmute your microphone and we'll take some questions now for a couple of minutes.
Okay, let's see here. Start the first one. Can you discuss the sources of the compost in the program, green waste recycling, biosolids, ag waste? So currently there are only 2 sources of organics that can be used in this specific program, either from a certified compost facility or from on-farm compost using organic wastes that are produced on-farm only. So as for material from off-farm, as long as it goes through the certified compost practice, it is acceptable for application. Let's see. Next question. Would you mind summarizing how you combine the results from the various models you mentioned together to produce your findings? Sure. So for on the Comet Planner side, we put our full faith in NRCS and Colorado State in the production of those values. For DNDC, it was a lot of weight averaging essentially. So we ran all the DNDC results for the 53 crops for the 58 different counties for the 4 different irrigation scenarios. And then essentially we weight averaged those results into perennial and annual crops in each county. So that way the farmer doesn't need to tell us whether what sort of irrigation system they use or what type of crops they're going to be planting for the next 3 years. Who knows what they're going to plant on the 3rd year. And since the values that we report are on a program level, we have a certain confidence that it averages out essentially.
Great, thank you very much. Any more questions? Still have time for a few.
So the next question is, could you clarify whether the payment to farmers for compost is related to the greenhouse gas benefit of their specific application, location, or system? No, so the payment is for the practice. We use the NRCS payment rates that NRCS determined for each of these practices. CDFA does require sampling of the fields before the practices are implemented, and then at the end of the project lifetime, which is 3 years, so that we can gain a better sense of what actually happened on the field rather than just using the model estimates. But right now, since this is a grant program and not, say, an offsets program or a carbon market program, we just pay a fixed amount of money based on a per acreage of the practice. Next question, other than the monetary support to the farmers, is there any sort of education machinery support provided to the participants? Yes. The California Climate Investments has spent an increasing amount of funds on technical assistance, particularly since we want small farmers who may not be familiar with the ins and outs of government applications and implementation of new management systems. So we do have a technical assistance program where resource conservation districts or other technical advisors, we pay them to assist farmers with their application and with questions they might have during the implementation of their practices. But there is no system in place. For instance, if a farmer wants to do no-till, we don't have any specific equipment available for them that they need to figure out for themselves.
Okay, I think we're going to move on because it's your time is up. But if you have more questions, please contact Ben directly at his email, which he had it listed on a slide. Or Ben, if you could put it in the chat box, that would be great.
Certainly, thank you.
Okay, so we've had a little bit of change of plans. Brian Key for the next presentation, nutrient cycling via hydrochar produced from dairy manure, has a class right now. So he's going to switch with me, and we're going to do presentation of composting 101, one on how to compost, and then also touch base on a little bit about herbicide contamination in compost.
Hello.
Good morning, this is Andy Berry from Washington State University. Today I'm going to talk about composting, the basics of composting with an introduction to Clopurula contamination within your compost. So composting is the decomposition of organic materials by aerobic microorganisms under controlled conditions. And that means that we're using oxygen as the energy source and not different material, so that we have a nice smelling pile and we have an efficiently composting material. Here's 3 examples of compost. We have an aerated static pile here. You can see the blowers. Down here to the right, this is at the WSU Golf facility. This is some turned windrows down here. And then at the bottom, another small turned pile that's on a small farm in Olympia, Washington. So here's the basics of what goes on during the composting process. We start with organic matter, we start with minerals, we start with water, we start with microorganisms, and you add those all together, you mix them up, you put them into a pile. This pile will start using oxygen, it'll get hot and give off heat, give off water as water vapor, and give off during the process, composting process, you give off CO2. And so everything's coming along nicely. When you're done, you have what you begin with. You have organic matter, you have minerals, you have water, and you have microbes. You have a material that's easier to deal with and has a better nutrient profile with it. And also you've given up 40 to 60% of your volume during the composting process. So here's the number of issues that we're going to be looking at that make up compost piles that are important for compost pile operation. We have reasonable ranges, and we have preferred ranges. And all of these will work. It just depends on how the activity of your compost and how things are going to work. So we're going to start by covering a little bit about carbon to nitrogen ratio. It's always abbreviated as C to N ratio. Water content, how much water is in your compost pile. Oxygen, how much oxygen is in your pile. Particle size, and then temperature. All these are important aspects of composting that you need to take into effect when building compost piles. Here we have a theoretical temperature profile from a compost pile. We start with a bacterial-driven system during the mesophilic stage, where all the easy to break down materials such as sugars are broken down and used for feed sources. And then as things start to come along, the pile gets hot. You get into this thermophilic stage, that above 131 degrees, and you continue to compost. Both the mesophilic and the thermophilic stage here are generally bacterial-driven, where when you get past the thermophilic stage, temperatures begin to moderate, and you go into curing and you go into maturation. And as you're going this way along this down slope, become more fungal-driven pile. And we'll show you some real temperature response curves later on in the presentation. So you can see that they don't all look perfect like this. So we have 4 different phases. We have the mesophilic stage, which is characterized by moderate temperature and lasts for a few days in a good aerobic pile. And then once you've gone through the mesophilic stage, you go into the thermophilic stage, which is characterized by high temperature and lasts for a few days, several weeks, depending on the feedstocks you have, and how much energy you have in your pile. And then also you have, after that, you go to the curing and maturation. These are generally characterized by moderate to ambient temperatures. And these can last from 1 month to 2 months, up to 6 months or more, depending on the energy of your pile and how often you're going to use your pile. For the compost that I make here, generally what I do is I make it in the fall. It'll sit all the way through till next spring before I use it. So it's like 6 months old rather than just 2 months old. And that's what works for me. And that may work for you on your farm. So here's carbon to nitrogen ratio, and you want to start with a reasonable carbon to nitrogen ratio of your pile. The lower the C to N ratio there is, the higher the available plant nutrients are, particularly nitrogen, for looking at available nitrogen. Then we have things that have a high C to N ratio, are characterized by a high C to N and generally usually drier, and also make better bulking agents than some of these lower C to N ratios. These things that are lower C to N ratios have that ick factor to them. They're generally stinky, smelly, and disgusting, where the things with higher C to N ratios, generally wood product or straw, that are generally drier and don't have nearly the odor, so they're helping for odor control. When you're talking about C to N ratio, it's always some number to 1, and you'll see it in a couple different methods. You'll see it here where it's like 15 to 1, or sometimes they'll tell you the C to N ratio is 15, and it's always to 1. So that's the what's going on with C to N ratio. Moisture content is also very important in dealing with your pile. You don't want to be too dry, you don't want to be too wet. We don't want to be too dry because what you want to do is get your microbes, your bacteria to move around your pile and break down the different amount of organic matter in your pile. So you really want to make those happy. In a composting pile, what you're trying to do, become a microbe farmer and make those microbes happy and make them compost most efficiently way we can. You get to a too wet pile and you don't have enough oxygen for aerobic microbes to maintain, and you'll get things that produce foul odor. So what'll happen is your pore space will get filled up with water. There'll be no place for oxygen, so you'll go anaerobic and you produce generally hydrogen sulfide materials, which would be very stinky. This is an example of checking for moisture content. What you do is you grab a handful of your material, squeeze it, and if moisture runs out like this, you have too much moisture in it. What you only want to get is a few drops coming out here to the bottom, and then that, by squeezing it, that would be the perfect amount of water for your compost pile. Excuse me. You can see here that we've got two systems here. We have an aerobic and anaerobic, and we're really shooting for an aerobic system. Those that have oxygen in it, where the microbes are using oxygen as part of their energy transformation steps and producing a nice compost. So they're using organic matter as a feedstock, using oxygen as a feedstock, as a feed additive, and composting very nicely during an aerobic system. With the anaerobic system, what you start is instead of using oxygen as an energy source, using sulfur as an energy source in this case. And what you'll get is hydrogen sulfide formation. So you get that stinky smell of putrid grass. That's probably the best. Grass piled up will go anaerobic, and you'll go definitely, you'll smell the hydrogen sulfide. So you're really not looking for this situation, looking for where you have the oxygen in it that moderates temperatures. So for pathogen reduction, you'll hear this term, process to further reduce pathogen. It's usually abbreviated by PFRP, and almost everybody will refer to this as PFRP, but it's a process to further reduce pathogens. So there's a couple of different methods that can be used to reduce pathogens. That is, in a turn windrow pile like we have up top here, you need to have 15 days above 131 degrees with 5 turns. And from that, that'll give you, it may take you 20, 25 days to get 15 days above 131 degrees with 5 turns. So they don't have to be consecutive, because sometimes when you turn your pile, you may get a drop in temperature for a day or two before it regains composting and comes back up above 131 degrees. So you need to be monitoring your temperature as well as your moisture content, because both of these can play a role in your compost pile. Or we have an aerated static pile where we provide air coming out of the bottom, blowing up through this pile. And for that, we need 3 days above 131 degrees for proper composting for pathogen reduction. So we have the two different types. We have aerated static pile and the turned windrow. We're going to talk about aerated static pile here. Here's an example of a small aerated static pile where you have a bones of a blowing pipe, blowing air through your pile. Your pile will go on top of this pipe. These pipes that run on this way are perforated, so air can blow out of these from this blower. And then there's a timer here that turns the blower on and off, depending on the energy that is in your pile, to provide the right amount of oxygen for your organisms to grow to keep an aerobic pile. So there's a number of different items here that are important to consider when you're doing aerated static pile. Some of them overlap, some of them don't. Maintains aerobic conditions because you're blowing air through your pile. Controls objectionable odors. Manage piles temperature. You can turn on or off your pile depending on what's going on to monitor to get temperature where you want it. Expedites composting and curing, moves along quite nicely. Produces superior compost product. Changes your PFRP time from 15 days to 3 days. And you can have bigger piles because you're blowing air through the piles. So it's easier to have bigger piles. Moisture needs to be right from the get-go, because otherwise you then have to unbuild your pile, add moisture, and then rebuild your pile. So it's really a pain in the butt to do that. So you really want to make sure that you get that moisture content right from the get-go. And there is potential for over aerating here, which could then lead to heat or moisture loss and could be bad for your pile. You also have some disposable materials. These pipe don't last forever. You might get 1 year out of them. You may get 2 years out of them. It just depends on how much you compost and the type of pipe you buy. The other downfall of this system, or benefit, depending on how you think about it, is that it requires electricity. because you give up some control by not having electricity, turning air on and off. So if you don't have if you have a site that doesn't have electricity, this method's not gonna work for you. So here's the two different systems. We had a turn windrow on the top, aerated static pile on the bottom. This is typical of what you see of an aerated static, of a turned windrow pile. High temperatures in the center. And then as you move out to the edge of the pile, it gets colder, below 131 degrees, which is why you have to mix this pile. You take the outside, it becomes the inside. All parts of the pile get exposed to 131 degrees, and this reduces the amount of pathogens from it. Whereas with a aerated static pile, you have the aerated pipes at the bottom, covered by a little plenum chamber to distribute the air. And you have all your raw feedstocks. And this is covered with a material that has no pathogens in it, either finished compost or wood product or a material like that, similar material like that. And this acts as a temperature buffer so that all parts of the pile in here get above 131 degrees, where this outside does not, but it acts as a temperature barrier so the inside can get above 131 degrees. So turn windrow piles, you can control objectional odors, manage pile temperatures by turning them or adding water, not adding water. It changes the PFRP time, goes to 15 days with 5 turns, or 20 to 25 days in reality by the time you deal with a little temperature drop. These are generally smaller piles. You can see here, these are not very big piles, and they're require a bigger footprint. Something I didn't mention with the aerated static pile requires a smaller footprint. This takes a bigger footprint. You got to be able to come in here and have a turner come in or a bucket loader come in. So it takes a lot more space. One of the benefits to this system is it requires no electricity. Here's a couple examples of real-time temperature profiles from a couple of studies I've had. It's one in the upper left-hand corner is a turned windrow pile. It happens to be chicken manure. A couple of different years for the study we were running. And you can see that every time we turn it, we get a drop in temperature, not always below 131 degrees, but frequently. But always we get a drop in temperature when we turn it. So this would definitely meet the turn, because every time we turn it, we got 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns, 4 turns, 5 turns. So we got the 5 turns in there. We got enough days above 131 degrees. In this case, it would have taken us 40 days to get through this pile. Chicken manure is fairly active, so it'll work out very well like that. Some other materials that don't have quite the energy signature with them, you want to get going a little quicker and get it done before you get to 40 days. And here's a turned windrow. Here's an aerated static pile. Let's see, we start out in the mesophilic stage. Within 3 days, we're above 131 degrees. Get into the pathogen reduction stage. We let it stay out here till somewhere between 45 and 60 days, depending on the year. This is a material that's it's a mixed compost. So it's a mixture of terry manure, yard waste, fair waste, chicken manure, and about 2,000 pounds of fish carcasses. And this pile here makes very nice compost. You can see we have a distinctive mesophilic stage followed by a thermophilic stage. The curing and maturation sort of blend in together, and you're not really quite as separated, and you don't see any curing or maturation stage here. That's really typical of chicken manure. Chicken manure can last a long time before you're going to get to a maturation or curing stage, but it works very well for nutrient availability in this standpoint here. So that sums up the basics to composting I'm going to talk about today. Now we're going to move on to clopyralid in compost. And clopyralid is a herbicide that's used in various crops and become a contamination. And dairy manure we're having quite a problem with it in yard debris. In the early 2000s, this method was solved by banning its use on homeowner standpoint using compost, but it's still used in other crops, so it's become a contamination recently. Actually, the year doesn't go by that I don't get a phone call about clopyralid contamination somewhere from within the United States. It's a herbicide that kills many broadleaf weeds, so it works very well on grasses, hay, wheat, corn, and some other crops. But it's going to kill not those crops, but it will kill the weeds in those crops. And so there's 2 products in this family. There's clopyralid and aminopyralid. They're each licensed, registered on different crops. So you want to check to make sure. On the label, it says you should not use material treated with this as a compost material, but it doesn't mean that always happens because we have contamination from it. Clopyralid is very slow to break down in compost, and it's active at very low concentrations. It controls legumes, nightshades, and composites from those families. Those are the ones that are most susceptible. So these are the ones where we'll see most problems when you use compost in those. So legumes would be peas and beans, nightshades would be tomatoes, composites would be something like lettuce. They all cause a problem. And depending on the species and the concentration will depend on how much effect you get from the contamination. It's clopyralid is active at less than 10 parts per billion on susceptible species, so you'll see symptoms down to 10 parts per billion. Clopyralid is applied to feeds or straw from bedding, such as small grains, straw from small grains, grass, hay, corn, and a few other crops. What happens are these are fed to cows or used for bedding on cows. Then the manure becomes a feedstock for compost. And if the materials that were used have had clopyralid applied to them, you're going to see it show up in your compost because compost doesn't break, the clopyralid just doesn't break down very quickly in compost piles. The question is, will the contaminated compost kill my plants? No, but you may see symptoms of damage on susceptible garden species such as peas and beans and tomatoes. The crops will continue to grow, but they're not going to look normal. They don't really die, but they never really hit their fruition in producing crops. Most plants are unaffected by clopyralid, but there are a few that are big vegetables that are grown that definitely cause problems. So there's a couple of different ways to determine how much bioacid, if you have problems with clopyralid or aminopyralid in your compost pile. And that's either using a chemical analysis where you can pay to have it analyzed for clopyralid. This is very expensive. We're talking in the range of $200 per sample. Or you can do a greenhouse bioassay where you take and mix your compost in with two parts compost to 1 part peat-based potting mix, and then put those in small little 3-inch pots, plant some peas in there, and then watch the peas grow. There's a method I have up on my website. Here's the URL to it. Go to that website and gives you further directions as to how to do a bioassay. The bioassay may be a little more sensitive than a chemical because you'll see if you're really having any problems from it. Here's an example of what you problems you get from clopyralid. The bottom 2 slides are a normal pea. They look perfectly normal and they look very nice. There's no problem with them. The top 2 slides are contaminated materials. And you can see we have curling and cupping of the different leaves is distinctive of clopyralid contamination and a couple other issues. But this would be reason enough to consider doing a chemical analysis. You got something like this, or not selling your material because you could have potential health problems. So here's an example of 4 different levels of contamination. Again, we have an uncontaminated crop here. We have a contaminated crop here with a slight damage, a little bit of curling, a little bit of cupping, not too bad. And then in moderate, we have more cupping, more twisting of leaves. Then we have the most severe, where we have lots of cupping, lots of curling. This is going to be a real big problem in the field. So there's a number of ways to check for clopyralid. It's really important that you do a bioassay of your material to determine if you have contamination, because it's not a situation you want to get involved with selling compost that has contamination, and it could cause you really big problems. So thank you very much. That ends my presentation today, and I'll take any questions shortly, and have a good day. Okay, so do we have any questions? Okay, it looks like we don't have any questions, but I'll stick around for a while. We're going to take a break now, and we'll come back and start the next presentation at 11 o'clock, and that will be the effects of biosolids on soil health in dryland systems in Eastern Washington. So we'll see you at 11:10. Good morning again. This is Andy Berry, and we're getting ready to get started on our next presentation, which will be Effects of Biosolids on Soil Health and Dryland Systems in Eastern Washington by Deidre Griffin. And we're going to move right off because it's just about time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deirdre Griffin-LaHue, and I'm an assistant professor of soil health and sustainable soil management at the WSU Northwestern Washington Research and Extension Center in Mount Vernon. And I'm going to be talking with you today about a project that's been going on long before I started at WSU. It started in 1996, but we're looking at the effects of long-term biosolids applications on soil health in dryland systems of Eastern Washington. And I'm working on this project with Dr. Andy Berry, who is located at the Puyallup Research and Extension Center. So soil health assessments have become increasingly common, and these assessments integrate biological, physical, and chemical indicators or properties of soil that we believe to be important for building productive and resilient agricultural systems. And also looking at how these different properties interact. For example, how microbes break down organic matter inputs that they receive from various management practices, and how this breakdown and carbon cycling can lead to improvements in soil structure, building better structure. But of course, soils are incredibly diverse, and our cropping systems are also incredibly diverse. So it's sometimes a challenge to apply these frameworks to different systems, particularly in the Western US, where there's been less research overall compared to, for example, the Midwest or the Northeastern US. So in each of these systems and in my research, I always like to think about what is the biggest soil challenge in a particular system or environment, or what is that system's biggest barrier to being as resilient and productive as it can be. So for this particular system, we are in Douglas County. As I mentioned, this is a long-term biosolids experiment. We call it GP17. This site gets about 10 inches of precipitation a year. So, you think right away that available water or water holding capacity could be a big challenge, particularly in the coarse soils that are in this site. So these are sandy loam soils. And as I mentioned, this experiment started in 1996. So since then, every 4 years, biosolids have been applied to these soils at different rates. And so the treatments, as I mentioned, there's different levels of biosolids. So we have 2, 3, and 4.5 dry tons of biosolids per acre. And then there's both a no fertilizer control and a synthetic fertilizer control with using anhydrous ammonia. So the research questions that we set out to answer were, how have long-term biosolids applications impacted physical, biological, and chemical soil health properties in this dryland system? And also, how do these properties vary with depth? As I mentioned, this was transitioned to a no-till system where the biosolids are surface applied. So, looking at the depth profile in the soil, how do these effects on soil properties differ? So a lot of the data I'm going to be showing you today is actually from the Soil Health Institute's North American project. We were lucky enough to be one of the sites selected for this project up there in the left-hand corner. And these sites were sampled in April of 2019. And this was right before a biosolids application. So the last time biosolids had been applied at the time of sampling was in 2016. So I'll jump right in with some results. Looking at physical properties, here we show available water holding capacity, which, just as a reminder, is the difference between field capacity and the permanent wilting point. So it's the water held in the soil between those two water potentials. And we found, I'll walk you through these graphs because they're going to be similar. In gray, I have the no fertilizer control. In black, we have synthetic fertilizer, anhydrous ammonia. The lighter blue is the 2 dry ton per acre. The medium blue is the 3 dry ton, and the darker blue is the 4.5 dry ton. And so here we're showing the volumetric available water holding capacity. And you can see that particularly at the higher 3 and 4.5 dry ton per acre rates, we see a significant increase in available water holding capacity, which in this rain-fed system with low rainfall is pretty important. We also see decreases in bulk density with all of the biosolids treatments. So showing that there's less compaction, and this is probably also contributing to greater porosity and availability for water to be held in the soil. So I do want to mention that there have been scoring curves developed largely by the Cornell Soil Health Framework, the comprehensive assessment of soil health done by Cornell. And so I've plotted our points for available water holding capacity here on their scoring curve for the coarse soils. I have converted these from volumetric to gravimetric available water holding capacity. So if the values aren't exactly the same, that is why. But you can see here that both of the non-biosolids treatments are in the medium zone, the medium score zone. So they kind of get an average score. As we get into the 2 dry ton per acre, we're getting into the green, and these higher treatments with the 3 and 4.5 dry ton are in the very high score. So we're really having an effect here on this coarse soil in terms of available water holding capacity by adding biosolids. So I want to move on now to the biological soil health indicators. And the ones I'm going to be talking about are really kind of chemical indicators of biological activity. So we have soil respiration, which is an indicator of microbial activity, the amount of CO2 being respired by the microbes as they break down organic matter. We're also looking at the active carbon pool, which is thought to be microbially available carbon. It's the amount of food that's available for microbes to break down and turn into more stable organic matter. And then also the soil protein pool, which is kind of a similar biologically available nitrogen pool. So jumping in here to the carbon pools, on the top we have soil respiration. Again, the colors are the same as before. And so you can see that particularly at the highest rate, at the 4.5 dry ton, we are seeing an increase in microbial activity, but also the amount of food available for the microbes. Again, I plotted these on the scoring curves for the active carbon. You can see that the non-biosolids treatments are in the medium-low scoring range. The 2 middle biosolids treatments are in the medium, and at the 4.5 dry ton, we're getting into the high scoring range. So again, if you plot this on the scoring curve, you can see that we're having an effect on these biological soil health indicators. Here I'm also showing the soil protein nitrogen pool, and we see a similar trend with the highest in the 4.5 dry ton. And here we see that the 3 dry ton does actually have a significant increase. When I plot these on the coarse scoring curve, they're actually quite low. This may be due to the fact, as I mentioned, that biosolids had not been applied for 4 years. So, we were coming up for an application. This is also a fairly new indicator, so there's not quite the data that is available for some of the other indicators, particularly for the Western region. So I want to emphasize also that potentially mineralizable nitrogen showed the same trend as the protein. And also that there is really a need to improve these soil health scoring curves to be able to apply them to the soils and the systems that we have in the Western United States. As I mentioned, a lot of these are based on data in the Midwest and the Northeastern US, which really have different soils than we do. So this is some of the work my program is doing alongside this biosolids work. I also want to mention that the Soil Health Institute did also measure total microbial biomass, and we did not see any significant differences in total microbial biomass, nor did we see differences in the carbon cycling enzymes at this site. But I do want to emphasize that this was a one time point snapshot, and these tend to be more temporally variable measurements. And so it would be interesting to look at other time points other than this spring time point to see whether we pick up differences. And a few chemical properties, soil pH on the top there, you can see that we're seeing quite a decline in soil pH in the highest biosolids treatment, below 5, around 4.7. And we also see a decrease in a numerical decrease in soil pH with the 3 dry ton, though it's still around 5. So this could potentially be an issue for things like aluminum toxicity. We also saw an increase in soil EC, though these are all still within the normal range for electrical conductivity, so not a concern there. So the Soil Health Institute, for all of their sampling, measured the top 6 inches, which is typically what is used in a lot of soil health assessments. But in this no-till system where there's biosolids being applied to the surface, I was curious how these properties differ at different points, as I mentioned. So we measured 0 to 2, 2 to 6, and 6 to 12 inches, and measured some of the same properties that were measured in the Soil Health Institute project. So here I'm showing the active carbon pool. Again, that's the microbially available carbon in the soil. And you can see that the differences in the treatments are really just concentrated in the soil surface and not as much in the deeper depths. With soil respiration, we see similar trends, though there were some differentiations between the treatments in that 2 to 6 inch depth, but no differences at the 6 to 12 inch depth. For soil protein, again, we see the biggest differences just in that top 2 inches of soil. And soil pH is, a different one. We see much lower soil pH in the surface soil, so in the top 6 inches. And the soil pH for all of the treatments is quite a bit higher, close to 6.5 to 7 in that 6 to 12 inch range. So you can see that the fertilization over the last 24 years has had an effect on soil pH. And we do see differences in the different treatments. So the no fertilizer has the highest pH of all of the treatments, and then we see progressively lower pH as you add fertilizer, and then increasing rates of biosolids. And then I'm showing here Olsen phosphorus, which I didn't show in the 6 inch range, but I wanted to show it here because we really see that there is accumulation of phosphorus in the top 6 inches with all of the biosolids treatments. For Olsen phosphorus, we usually categorize 25 to 50 milligrams per kilogram as being high. So you can see both the 3 and the 4.5 dry ton biosolids are in that high range. And then the 2 dry ton is in kind of a medium range. So, nothing too concerning. We're not getting excessive here, but it is something to keep an eye on, which is also why biosolids are not applied to this site, every year or even every other year. So I haven't talked at all about yield yet, but here's some yield data from 2019. So this was the year right after these samples were taken. And you can see that there's quite a difference in yield between the biosolids and non-biosolids treatments. So the no fertilizer, not surprisingly, has quite low yield. These were oats planted this particular year. We see kind of medium yield with the synthetic fertilizer, and we really do see a benefit of having biosolids, but there isn't a significant difference between the biosolids treatments. So in terms of yield, you can do well adding 2 dry tons of biosolids per acre. You might not get the same benefits in terms of water holding capacity or active carbon as you would get at the higher rates, but in terms of yield, you still are going to get a benefit over the synthetic fertilizer. So just to summarize, again, we wanted to look at the impact on physical, biological, and chemical soil health properties. The higher rates of biosolids increase available water holding capacity and decrease bulk density, which in this system with low rainfall, coarse soils, that water holding capacity is going to make a big difference. We also saw in terms of biological indicators that active carbon and respiration were higher at the highest biosolids application rate, that 4.5 dry ton. Soil protein was higher with both the 3 and the 4.5 dry ton rate. But we didn't see any differences in microbial biomass itself at this sampling point. Soil pH decreased below 5 at the highest biosolids rate, and electrical conductivity, which is a measure of salinity, increased, but it wasn't agronomically significant. And then in terms of how these properties vary with depth in this no-till system, we saw the largest effect of the biosolids at the soil surface, with medium effects at that 2 to 6 inch range, and then very little effect of the treatment at the 6 to 12 inch depth. So with that, I would like to acknowledge particularly the Soil Health Institute for working with us and choosing this site as part of their project. And we're very happy to have all this data looking at how biosolids have affected these soil health properties, and particularly Shannon Capolazzi, who came out and sampled with us and sampled all over the Western US for this project. Thank you also to Boulder Park Incorporated, who helps us apply the biosolids, particularly Dave Rude. Douglas Poole, the grower who's allowed us to continue this long-term site, which is so valuable over the last 24 years. And Jake Finlinson from King County, who works with us closely. And also thank you to our funding sources, Northwest Biosolids Research Foundation and the King County Department of Natural Resources and Parks.
Okay. Thank you, Deidre. And now we'll take some, unmute your mic and we'll take some questions. So the first question is Deirdre, is it correct that you are comparing sites with 20 plus years of biosolids application to plots never an application?
That's correct. Yes. So the two control treatments, the non-fertilizer control and the anhydrous ammonia, have never had biosolids. There was also a question about, I refer to active carbon, and that is permanganate oxidizable carbon, or POC. So when I say active carbon, that's the measurement I'm referring to.
Also a question about trace elements on that on that site, and if they were measured along with the experiment. And I'll go ahead and answer this one if you don't mind, Deidre.
Sure.
We have measured metal trace elements along the time intermittently from year to from some years yes, some years no. It just depends on when we were doing it.
And the Soil Health Institute actually also measured trace elements as part of their sampling, so we do have some data on that. And then information on the pH of the biosolids applied. You might have that in your head, Andy.
I don't know. I don't have that in my head, but I know, is there anybody from King County that can answer that? Okay, so the other question, oh, there's questions are coming in. So there's another question. Are there any trends of trace elements over the term of experiment? Yes, we've seen with zinc. Zinc is another material that becomes accumulated like phosphorus in it. We're getting more zinc building up over time, but no, but not to yet to where there's a problem. You want to answer this one, Deidre, about pH drop?
Yeah, so why the pH dropped? I imagine that, so the process of the nitrification, in particular, the conversion of ammonium to nitrate, can decreased pH. So I imagine that the amount of nitrogen going in, particularly at that 4.5 dry ton rate, there's more nitrogen going in than there is, particularly in the anhydrous ammonium. So you're going to get more nitrification and therefore more of the more pH drop because of that chemical reaction.
Okay, we'll take one last question because it's just about time to switch. How often are biosolids applied, and do you know if the biosolids were treated with a flocculant during sewage treatment?
So the biosolids were applied every 4 years. And Andy, you might know more on the...
A flocculant is used for dewatering, so in this case, yes, it was. Okay, so we're now going to have to move on. If you have any other questions, go ahead and contact Deidre directly.
Yeah, I'll put my email in the chat box.
Great,
so feel free to contact me.
Okay, so the next presenter will be Brian He, because we're switching out me for him, and we'll go ahead and start his presentation directly.
Hello, my name is Brian He. I'm a professor at the Department of Chemical and Biological Engineering, University of Idaho. My co-author is Dr. Lida Chen, associate professor and extension engineer at Twin Falls R&E Center of the University of Idaho. The topic today we're going to share with you is on the feasibility of nutrient cycling through hydrochar produced from dairy manure. Let's consider some facts first. Idaho has been one of the top 5 states which have a big dairy production. This also means a lot of dairy manure has been produced each year. Dairy manure contains a lot of nutrients that need to be taken care of from possible runoffs or leaching into ground and underground waters. Among the nutrients, phosphorus is non-renewable, so it's best to recycle it and reuse it. Researchers have realized that and have taken into actions research into using hydrochar as a vehicle to recycle nutrients, including phosphorus from manure to cropland. The research groups at the University of Minnesota have studied the phosphorus reclamation by producing hydrochar through a thermochemical process called hydrothermal carbonization. The Minnesota group have evaluated hydrochar's effectiveness of cycling phosphorus from different types of manure, including cattle. Their results showed that about 84% of the phosphorus can be obtained in cattle manure hydrochar. They also found that phosphorus in hydrochar can be largely extracted out with an acid solution, or a very small amount of phosphorus still remain in hydrochar after extraction. This is a very important finding because that means phosphorus in hydrochar can be released and reused as a phosphorus source or fertilizer. At the University of Idaho, we have started our research on hydrochar production from dairy manure since 2014. And since 2016, we have been presenting our preliminary findings at ASABE annual conferences. Our idea is that we process the dairy manure into hydrochar by using thermochemical carbonization, which is, the hydrochar is nutrient rich, and the post-processed water, which still contains a lot of nutrient, especially nitrogen, that can be further processed to produce concentrated nutrient source. We then apply all this type of nutrients back to the cropland to produce food and feed and also biomass. All this are fed back to the livestock industry to produce, to complete the nutrient cycle. Then what is hydrochar and how is hydrochar produced? Hydrochar is different from biochar. Biochar is produced through process, or somebody call it dry process. Hydrochar is produced through a different process. It's called hydrothermal carbonization process, meaning the carbonization process in a system that contains still a lot of water in it. So somebody call it wet process. Hydrothermal carbonization is especially applicable with manure as a feedstock, and we don't need to dry the manure first. However, on the other side, if you use dry process, you must dry the manure first. Hydrochar maintains largely the original biomass structure with a high capacity in holding moisture and nutrients. Therefore, it is good for soil improvement and carbon sequestration. Hydrochar production is a quick process, especially typically in less than 30 minutes. The facility is compact, and the hydrochar product contains no pathogens, obviously due to the high processing temperature used. Hydrochar product does not smell manure anymore for sure, more like a compost product. But it can be easily air dried into a very low moisture product, less than 10% in 24 hours. Therefore, hydrochar can be easily packed, shipped long distance to wherever its market is. Hydrothermal carbonization, also short as HTC, which occurs typically in an enclosed environment at a temperature range of 180 degrees centigrade to 250 degrees C. In our experience, the good temperature range is around 190 to 200 degrees centigrade. Obviously, the property of hydrochar depend on the processing temperature and other processing parameters. Through the past few years, we have looked into the process to explore the possibility to produce hydrochar from dairy manure and use it as a phosphorus-rich fertilizer, especially targeting at organic farming. We have evaluated process parameter effect on the nutrient holding or attainment ability. We found that the higher the processing temperature, the lower hydrochar yield. Makes sense because the higher temperature, at the higher temperatures, the oxygen containing structure are destroyed. Therefore, you lose some mass. The carbon attainment rate ranging from 70% to 90%. Meanwhile, the nitrogen attainment rate is about 50%, as shown here, to 70%. The phosphorus attainment rate is surprisingly high, ranging from 80% to 90%. Our recent studies show that the phosphorus attainment rate can be as high as 99% in quite various occasions. The SEM image shows here that hydrochar texture is not very uniform, apparently, affected by processing conditions, but also the composition of the biomass initially in the manure. It is the porous structure of hydrochar that maintains the ability of high moisture holding rate and make the nutrient release a slow process. In our studies, it is observed that nitrogen attainment in hydrochar is affected by the process much more than phosphorus. More detailed studies are needed to look into it, but the assumption is that nitrogen-containing compounds are more water soluble, but we just need to put some research into it to find out more. We observed that a temperature of 180 degrees C is very critical to produce a hydrochar product. Lower than that will not decompose the original biomass. The temperature effect also couples with the processing time. The higher the temperature, the shorter time is needed, ranging from 5 to 30 minutes. But if we do use 180 degrees C processing temperature, the time needed probably is more than 30 minutes, ranging from 30 to 60 minutes. Our research is still ongoing. Lots of questions need to be answered. We are trying to speed up our studies. Hopefully, we can obtain more results and more fundings so we can report next year. Our near future goal is to produce hydrochar as a pilot scale and on farm to demonstrate its feasibility to produce hydrochar from manure, evaluate its potential as a phosphorus-rich, slow-release fertilizer, targeting at organic farming. Hopefully down the road, we can test it through a field trial, and hopefully our current pending grant proposals can be awarded, and so we can keep our research ongoing. With that, I would like to thank Dr. Justin B. and Mr. James Stacks, my previous graduate students, who have helped me to kick off this research. I'd like also to thank Chad Dunkel and Kevin Kruger, our support scientists, who have been helping in this research. And of course, I'd like to acknowledge the support financially from USDA NIFA Hatch project. Please let me know if you have any questions through email or through phone, or if you like to explore the possibility to work together to collaborate down the road. Thank you very much and keep in touch.
Okay, Brian, if you'd unmute your microphone at this point in time, and I will take some questions.
Okay, you hear me okay?
Yeah, great.
Okay, thanks.
First question is, I can't wait to hear about further research on results of hydrochar. So there's some excitement out there about this.
Yeah, it's really about the quantity. We tried to see if we can collect enough hydrochar so we can apply it in the soils. That is really the bottleneck at this moment because our batch process only can give us, 20 grams each time. So we need to develop continuous flow process. Therefore, we can actually produce a quantity we can test it.
Okay. Let's see, we have any other questions? Here's one. Is the moisture content mostly preserved through the process?
Moisture content in the hydrochar does not contain much moisture. If you just lay it down on the ground and overnight, you probably lose most of the moisture. Our lab test says if you leave the hydrochar produced from the aqueous solution and just put it on the countertop the next morning, you will see fairly dry product. So therefore, it's not much moisture attained after the separation.
Okay, can you explain a little more about the difference in making hydrochar as opposed to biochar or other pyrolyzed products?
Well, the definition of biochar probably sometimes is so broad, they cover the hydrochar. But in my definition, the biochar is the very carbon product, which probably contains over 90% of carbon, and typically out of dry pyrolysis process. That is, you dry the biomass first, whatever it is, then you go through a hydrothermal process in the environment of oxygen lean process. Then after that, you got a biofuels or bio-oil. Then the solid left over, actually, it's what we call biochar. Obviously, all the ash content will be end up in the biochar. In hydrochar, we just process the manure from where it originated, and it still contain probably 9% water, or even higher. We tuck that directly into this processor, and after the processing, the hydrochar actually flow on the top of the surface. Then we just scrap that out, and we still have the water in what we call post-processed water, which still contain a lot of other nutrients, soluble nutrients. And the hydrochar yield probably, let's say, in the range of 60 to 70% of original solid in the manure. From physical property point of view, hydrochar still maintain, if all, but most of the biomass structure. So they are still containing contain hydrogen, oxygen, and maybe some of the organic phosphorus containing compounds still there, intact.
Okay, very good. I have another question. How do you use the post-processing water?
Me myself is a processing engineer. I'm not a wastewater, but I would say the wastewater still need to be treated. But there, you don't have any BOD. What do you have? The COD. So you just need to treat that either. Well, we're still testing what if the heavy metal end up either in the biochar or the wastewater. Otherwise, wastewater need to be further considered. In our original overall picture, we're gonna use that as the nutrient source to produce aquatic plants such as duckweed and harvest further the biomass that can feed back to the hydrothermal carbonization process.
Okay, very good. The question is this still at the bench scale or is there a larger system out there?
This is a batch bench scale in the lab. As I mentioned toward the end of the presentation, we have two pending proposals, which actually to conduct engineering research to develop continuous flow pilot scale. So hopefully that'll be awarded, and we can conduct larger scale on site.
Okay, very good. I think that'll take care of our question period for now, but thank you very much, Brian.
Okay, thank you for having me.
If you want to, why don't you put your email address up in the chat box in case people want to get a hold of you?
Okay, sure.
And we'll move on to the next presentation, which are the hidden pitfalls of composted manure application equipment. Let's see if we can. Here we go.
Welcome to the online educational training at the Nutrient Cycling, Soil Health, and Food Safety Conference on hidden pitfalls of compost manure application equipment. Hello, my name is John Racci. I'm the Director of Product Development for New Leader Manufacturing. I've been working for New Leader for over 20 years in service, sales, manufacturing, and also product development. New Leader Manufacturing is a family-owned and operated manufacturing company located in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. New Leader has a very strong name in the nutrient application equipment business, which started back in 1939. New Leader Manufacturing is the market leader and product innovator for fertilizer, lime, and compost application equipment. Today, I'm going to discuss the industry challenges facing agricultural, livestock, and poultry industries. As we've experienced over the last few years, that window of time to apply nutrients has been shrinking as farmers grow larger, trying to cover more acres in less time. Also, in some areas, early snow or late thaws reduce the amount of time to spread nutrients on the ground. Increasing government regulations in some states have now mandated that nitrogen products or even manure cannot be spread in the fall of the year or on frozen ground. This creates increasing challenges to you, the farmers and custom applicators, to get all those acres spread in the spring of the year. Labor shortages also continue to be an increasing challenge for many farmers and businesses to find qualified help to run application equipment or even their general farm equipment. The result of these industries' challenges is trying to do more with less. This makes it very important to have the equipment that lets you meet these challenges and maintain your productivity and increase your profitability. Today, I will cover some of the pitfalls that I have seen over my 20 years of composted application equipment. So first of all, as I mentioned, farmers are trying to cover more in less time. So when you're trying to put too much material through a spreader and trying to beat the rush with limited throughput capabilities of the machine, sometimes the spinners can actually slow down and not maintain their speed. What does that really lead to? Inconsistent spread patterns and poor spread patterns and inconsistent widths. To maintain acceptable spread patterns and avoid streaking fields, applicators with low hydraulic output machines, they'll generally have to slow down or reduce their width, which in turn drastically limits your productivity/profitability. By limiting your productivity, you're increasing your input costs and increasing your cost per acre. This leads to lower profitability and success at the end of the year. So my pro tip to you is this. When purchasing compost manure application equipment, ask about hydraulic flow and throughput capabilities. This would indicate how fast I can apply material and at what widths and rates. Ask for documentation or examples of products that you are trying to apply, not just generalities. You will find not every machine is created equally, and many times cheaper will not always lead to profitable bottom line. Pitfall number 2 I'd like to discuss is machines with fixed features and no options. I've found over my 20 years that machines must be configured to meet your specific needs. One size or style does not fit all. So let's talk about some of the things that vary. So product density can change from one load to the next. Spreaders with fixed features like a fixed feed gate don't allow operators to adjust spreader parameters to accommodate the density of the product or really the rate they're trying to apply. Look for machines that can be adjusted for multiple types of product application. Fixed feed gates can also lead to hydraulic failure. Improper feed gate height can lead to hydraulic spikes in the pressure or pulsing of material coming off of the conveyor. So what do I mean by that? So if you have a high rate of material and you're running too high a feed gate, the material will actually slab onto the spinners and make that hydraulic system pulse, really reducing the life of the hydraulic components. Pulsing that product on the spinners also leads to a poor spread pattern. Spinner speed is the next thing I would like to discuss. Spinner speed is very important, leading to wide and accurate patterns. Many machines use manual valves on the spinner circuit, which do not adjust for the common things, which is cold oil or different loads onto the spinners. These spinners will slow down and speed up, resulting in uneven patterns. Look for a machine that has automatic adjustment and monitoring of the spinner circuit. That means you're going to plug in a spinner speed. It's going to monitor those spinners to make sure they're at that and adjust if they're not, no matter what the oil is or what the output is. They're maintained and they're very consistent. A lot of the times you can get them within 5 to 10 RPM of each other. Material placement on those spinner discs is key to uniformity of the spread pattern. Not every material has the same density or consistency, and we will spread different. As a purchaser of this equipment, look for a machine that the spinner assembly or the divider can be adjusted for fine tuning of your spread pattern and provide uniform spread patterns. Another feature that is extremely important is in-field calibration. Due to the varying densities of products that I'm seeing now, machines can now be equipped with scales to monitor the load and also adjust the calibration in the field. This feature ensures proper rate application and eliminates shortages or having extra when you get to the end of the field. That's not really what you want. So my pro tip to you on this, again, I stress to all of you to look for equipment with adjustable features. Do not get locked into something that has a low price tag that may do the job, but not handle everything you're looking for in your nutrient application. Some of these machines now have the capability to even spread fertilizer as a compost machine, or some light rates of, I have seen some light rates of lime, but a lot of those machines aren't recommended for it. But think about that for a multi-purpose machine. Pitfall number 3 is outdated technology in the face of increasing government regulations. I cannot stress to you enough, the government regulations are coming and they are not going to stop. Increasing government regulations are putting pressure on the fertilizer, compost, and manure application industries. Environmental concerns are starting to dictate when and where compost can be applied, shrinking application windows, and putting more requirements on how nutrients are being applied. Producers and applicators need to be able to meet these changing regulations while still maintaining their productivity and profitability. Composted manure spreaders with outdated technology can hurt your bottom line if they're not capable of meeting the demands or these changing regulations, and you might have to upgrade in the future. And that's not what you want to be doing. So precise application is important in all parties, to all parties. Placing the material uniformity across the pattern will eliminate your hot spots, streaking in the field, and provide the exact amount of nutrients you're trying to apply. Consistency is the key to this success. So understanding the output style of the machine and ensuring precise placement of nutrients. One big thing is variable rate technology. We see it a lot in placing the exact amount of nutrients to feed the crops without waste. We see that in fertilizer. So when looking for that application spreader, understand its capabilities for spreading fields with given prescriptions of nutrient needs. I see this coming in the compost industry. Make sure the control system on the spreader is equipped to accept prescription files and has the control valves on the conveyor to vary the rate and output of the material being prescribed. If variable rate is not in your near future, please keep in mind that government regulations are requiring in some areas that you record where, when, what was the application, what was the product, What were the weather conditions? When you spread your fields? When you're purchasing your next machine, make sure the control system is capable of recording these applied maps. So my pro tip to you is look for the equipment with the newer technology. Does it have variable rate technology? Can it record your as applied maps? These issues will only become more important as the years go on. My last pitfall I'm going to cover is manufacturers who cut corners and use low quality materials at high corrosion in your high wear areas. So your initial purchase price is a very important factor in buying equipment, but more often than not, ongoing maintenance cost will define success season after season. Maybe a 10% savings on the initial purchase can evaporate in a single season or two season with down equipment or worn out equipment, or maybe it didn't hit your needs. So when buying your equipment, make sure you look at the high corrosion areas and the high wear areas. What material are they made of? How thick is it? Is that going to wear for me? So the first area I'd like to discuss is the floor panel. That's the panel underneath the conveyor chain. Many manufacturers build this area out of carbon steel and a thin material, which could deteriorate over a period of time and rust out. Some manufacturers will actually provide a 304 stainless steel floor panel. This floor panel will not rust or create or corrode in these rough environments. In many instances, the 304 panel also becomes very shiny and sticky material will not build up under the conveyor chain. Buildup results in two things. It can cause poor application rates and also reduce the life of the conveyor. Another option you may consider is a polyline floor under there. That also is an option that can help eliminate that sticky material and build up and stress on your conveyor chain. So the conveyor chain itself is very important to look at. You want to make sure you're at least getting a D677K spec for strength and power to pull that material out. The last thing you want is your chain to break. So keep that in mind. Also look for the thickness of the bars. Thickness of the bars is important. It's used as a pulling device to pull material out, but it's also for strength of that chain. There are different chain styles that we can use. There is a number 3 chain, which is really a bar on every link. And that chain is really designed for small granular products, drier materials at lower rates. It can spread high rates also. It's like a walking floor. The next chain, which is pretty standard in compost, is the number 2 chain. A number 2 is actually a chain link, a bar welded to every other chain link. So it allows a gap in there for material to drop down between the bars and pull out. We have seen some number 1 chains sold in this industry. That's where it's a chain link, 2 strands, and then another bar. So what that does is allows more material to sit down in between, but I usually see that in extremely sticky conditions. Other working areas are the spinner discs. The spinner discs, the thickness of those is key. They need to be thick. They need to be robust because sometimes your compost has hidden things in it that can bend these discs or frozen chunks. You want it definitely thicker disc or better. Also the amount of fins. If you have 4 fins compared to 6 fins, 6 fins will take higher flows of material because it's taking smaller bites with less pressure. Also, those fins themselves, make sure that you're looking at them for the loft. Are they lofting that material up in the wind to catch it, or are they trying to shoot it out to pierce the wind? Some fins are even 304 stainless steel, which eliminate buildup, and it also keeps that fin shiny when those machines are setting out for superior patterns. So fin disc combinations lead to the life expectancy and pattern you're desiring. All these factors play a large role in your success at the end of the season. So my pro tip to you is quality material and high corrosion and wear areas pays off in the long run. Don't get blinded by the sticker price alone. Buy quality. So my next thing that I want to do is cover a couple case studies. The case studies that I have today are talking about 2 different case studies. It's a 5-ton rate of compost and a 3-ton rate of compost. Both of these case studies assume 10,000 acres are being spread. But if you ever want to discuss smaller acres and payoffs, just let us know. We can be contacted at at New Leader, and we'd love to discuss those with you. The two slides, though, really show the financial difference between high throughput and a low throughput machine and what it means to an operation. So a couple assumptions to note. Again, this is 10,000 acres, a 5-ton rate. An operator that has a salary of 50,000, $3.07 diesel, 55% field efficiency. That means the amount of time that you're actually spreading in the field. So 55% of the time the machine is running. 10-hour work days and overhead, which is benefits, taxes, travel, etc. These can all be adjusted, and we have formulators to calculate this. So the first example is the 5-ton rate. It's a high throughput machine that we're going to compare to a low throughput. So the high throughput machine can spread 55 feet at 5 tons at 16 miles an hour. That's hard to believe, but you could cover 587 acres in a day with a 10-hour day. So let's compare that to a low throughput machine. Maybe they can only spread 35 feet at 6 miles an hour. They can only cover 140 acres per day. So think about this. With that high throughput machine, you could save 54 days, save $32,000. So to me, as a farmer or a custom applicator, I would love to buy that high throughput machine, because 54 days, these $32,000 saved is just in fuel, labor, and overhead. That doesn't give me my opportunity cost of what else I could be doing. The next one is a 10,000 acre 3-ton rate. These high throughput machines can spread that at 55 feet or at 16 miles an hour for 683 acres per day. We did change this efficiency to 65 because you will be in the field a little bit longer with the lower rate. The low throughput machines are only 40 foot at 12 miles an hour. We did give them a little bit more because with the lower rate, they could put a little more out. So they get 370 acres per day. So we just saved you 12 days and $7,000. That does not include opportunity costs. So please keep in mind there are benefits to having these high throughput machines. So again, thank you for your time. The agricultural and livestock and poultry industries are under a great deal of pressure to increase these productivities and maximize efficiencies and improve profit margins. Not all composted manure spreaders are created equal, and depending on the needs of your operation, some spreaders can really hurt your bottom line, like low throughput capabilities, low quality material, and fixed features. We hope this presentation helped you understand some of the key machine components to look at when buying a spreader. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to any member of our team. We can be found at www.newleader.com. Thanks again.
Okay, John's having a little trouble logging on. Let's see if he's there. John, can you unmute your microphone and say if you're there or not? We don't hear you, John.
I'm here, Andy.
There we go. Okay, so John can take questions now. Let's see what we've got here. Okay. Question is, why is fall application of compost prohibited in the fall?
A lot of the states, well, not every state has it, but when the ground is frozen in some states, you cannot apply manure. That's state regulated, not anything that we're doing. So
that was the question, was where the regulations were coming from and why that was, and that's an appropriate answer.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions out there? So I've got a question, John. I do a lot of work with biosolids, and how are your machines reasonable for spreading biosolids, and can you get down to a rate of somewhere between 1 dry ton range?
yes, the machines that are out in the marketplace, including ours, many of them can get down into that 1 ton range. which is that's pretty common. The big thing you want to look for though is make sure that they are a closed loop system that can actually tell you that you're down at that range and hold that range instead of you guessing. So use a closed loop system.
Okay. We have another question. What's the cost differential between a high and low output machine?
Oh, you're probably talking potentially 25 to 30,000.
Okay, we have time for another question if there's another one out there. John, if you could, you have access to the chat information? Could you put your email address in the chat bar so people can get a hold of you if they need to in the future?
I sure can. I'll put that on there.
Great, thank you very much. At this time, we're going to move on to the next presentation, which is applying biochar and organic manure in the irrigated fields of Eastern Oregon.
Hello, here's Ray from OSU Hermiston Station. Today I would like to share my study about biochar and organic manure in East Oregon. The take-home message, so we identified the yield benefit from biochar or manure application compared normal NPK fertilization. The wood chip biochar and manure tended to reduce soil acidification. Biochar and manure had the potential of reduce nitrate leaching. So the introduction, irrigation play a very important role in agricultural production of the Columbia Basin. Chemical fertilizer and water are intensively applied to optimize crop growth and production, which may impact soil quality and crop productivity. So for growers facing strict regulation because irrigated land are considered one of the major contributor to groundwater nitrate leaching contamination. So about manure and biochar, manure as a traditional fertilizer source has showed great potential in sustaining soil quality. So what is a biochar? So biochar is a charcoal made from biomass via low or no oxygen at a high temperature level. Biochar has the potential to mitigate climate change and through carbon sequestration. And biochar can increase the soil fertility. This is a very famous picture, and increase the crop productivity and control plant disease. And it is a stable, solid, rich in copper and can endure in soil for thousands of years. There's a knowledge gap. So in general, the information on application for manure and the biochar is on the soil quality and the crop productivity is limited in East Oregon. And also there's a concern about the high cost and the long-term effect impact the adoption of the material. So objective for the study. So one is to evaluate the potential of use of material in the region, and also evaluate the effect the biochar application on the crop yield, determine the effect on soil property, and provide timely information for growers and the industry. So this is based on field trial conducted in the 5-sided loam soil in Hermiston for 2 seasons. First season for corn and second season for crop, potato. There are 8 treatments. So one is the control without fertilization and NPK fertilizer. For this treatment, the nitrogen level is 100 pounds per acre. NPK plus wood chip biochar at a rate 50 to 200%. So APK plus coconut shell biochar at 200% rate, manure at 200 and 100% nitrogen rate applied each year. So the experimental design is a randomized complete block design with 4 rep, and the size is 20 by 20 feet. So this is a soil information before trial. So soil depth from 0 to 15 all the way to 90 centimeter. Surface soil, they have a higher nitrate level compared to lower depths. As ammonia levels are generally low. P level is around 19 ppm is surface depth, and this is lower depth, and case of surface sufficient level. pH is surface level is 6.1 to 6.4, and deeper is 7.1 is a neutral level. Biochar material, wood chip biochar is organic waste from electricity production provided by company PGE. They include bird material and the unburned wood material. So if you strictly say this is cannot be seen as a biochar. Coconut shell biochar is from a local retailer. So for the rate, wood chip biochar application is 5 to 20 tons per acre. Representing is 50, 100, 200% general rate. Coconut, only one rate is 20 tons per acre. As a comparison purpose, all biochar were applied one time in July 2017. So this is a basic chemical property, moisture, NPK level for the wood chip, coconut, and manure. This is the chemical property for the biochar. So we can see the SSA level for wood chip is much lower than the coconut, and the pH wood chip is a neutral level, and the coconut is more acidic. And for the organic carbon, so both has a higher carbon content. About the field management data collection, in the year 2017, all the material were applied on the soil surface. After application, the topsoil was disked to incorporate the material into the soil. Coral seeds were sowed on July 25. It's quite late because all the materials are not ready. And after planting, so the irrigation was applied through the hand-line sprinkler throughout the season. Soil property crop growth or analyzed in late August and late November, all plant mold and incorporated to soil. In the year 2018, potato planted on May 4th and harvested September 26th. Potato yield measured and sorted in lab, and soil sample analysis after potato harvesting. So let's see the result about the core growth is in August. So the culture had the lower core height, is normal, but for the other treatment in general, we cannot see the difference. And this, actually, we also had another try in growth field with only 3 treatment, NPK and NPK with 100% biochar, 200% biochar, meaning 10 ton and 20 ton biochar. So based on that field study, you cannot see the yield difference between NPK and biochar application. So about the potato production, so this is total yield, this is the marketable yield. So among these 7 treatments, you cannot see the difference between the NPK or manure or NPK or with all the biochar treatment. So in general, the effect of biochar crop growth and the products are limited based on the trial. And manure also did show the difference with chemical fertilizer. About the nitrate level, so the NPK, the pink colors, they had a higher nitrate content from the surface to all the way to the deeper depths compared with control. The wood chip biochar tended to reduce the nitrate compared with NPK from 30 to 90 centimeter. So there's a potential to reduce nitrate leaching. But among these three application depths, so 100, 50%, 200, so the higher rate, the blue color had the lowest nitrate content. So this is a coconut shell biochar. The orange color, pink color is NPK low, and the blue color is the wood chip biochar. So the coconut biochar had a lower nitrate level in deeper depth from 30 to 90 centimeter, meaning there's potential reduced nitrate leaching. And then compared with these two biochars, so wood chip had a lower nitrate levels. So this is about manure. So both manure treatment had a lower nitrate level compared with NPK. So that means it's a good option to reduce the nitrate leaching issue. About the soil pH, in the year 2017, NPK reduced soil pH compared with control. And the wood chip tended to reduce soil acidification when applied. But the coconut biochar, they had a similar pH as NPK. So manure tended to reduce acidification. So this is one treatment, this is another treatment. So compare the NPK. Back to the year 2018, when we see the soil nitrate level, so the soil depth nitrate level. So this coconut biochar is a wood chip biochar, and oh no, sorry, this is an NPK and wood chip biochar and control. So we can see both biochar had the potential to have a lower nitrate level compared with APK low. So this is a manure treatment. Both manure treatment has a lower nitrate level as compared with APK, especially the higher application rate. We also measure the soil organic matter, but in general, that the information is no difference was found. So soil organic matter level generally less than 1%. So about the soil pH level, so the NPK reduced the soil pH compared with control. Wood chip had a similarity as a control, and the coconut had the similarity as NPK. So about the manure treatment, so both manure treatment can increase the soil pH compared with chemical fertilizer. So that means manure can increase soil pH to nearly neutral level. So this is a good sign for the agriculture in the region, because soil acidification become an important issue. So in summary, no yield benefit were found from biochar manure application in field trial, and soil acidification was reduced by application of wood chip biochar and manure. Both biochar manure application lower soil nitrate content suggests a potential for reduced nitrate leaching potential. We didn't see the improvement of soil organic matter with manure or with biochar application. So this means the difficulty in improved soil quality in the irrigated land with sandy soils. The post effect of biochar seems relatively limited. And of course, it's just a short-term study, so more study, especially long-term experiment, are needed for summarized use of manure and biochar. Acknowledgement to the farm crew provide technical support for field management, student crew for contributed plant measurement and soil sampling and harvesting, and field funding support from OSU, ARF, and also from PGE company. With that, I would stop and take any question if you have. Thank you very much.
Great, very good. Why don't you unmute your microphone, please, Rujan, and we'll take any questions now about his work.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Can you hear me clear?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. It's very good.
Great.
Just waiting to see if there's any questions.
Yeah, any questions?
Okay, here's the question. Were the manure and the biochar mixed and applied at the same time, or was one over the top and the other before disking?
Very good question. Actually, they are they are different treatments. So for the manure treatment, so we only apply the manure, and for the treatment with biochar, we only apply the biochar with NPK, for example. So they are not mixed, and both material applied on the soil surface, and after application, we incorporate in the surface soil depth, let's say less than 1 feet.
Question about irrigation, and we assume they were irrigated. I think you said that. And are there any thoughts about whether you would expect differences in deficit irrigation scenario?
It's a very, very good question. Yeah, so for the irrigated land, so the water is really applied intensively to meet the crop requirement. And for the deficit condition, I think biochar maybe can play a better role, because in many literature, they show biochar can increase the water holding capacity. But for my region, is irrigated land. I haven't studied that yet.
Another question is, you mentioned that the wood chip biochar was not completely burned. And so is this actually a biochar, or?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So the idea is somehow like we try to recycling, like let's say waste recycling, the material produced by the PGE company. Cannot say they are ash. Actually, majority is like a bird, like charcoal. So we can say some wood, not a bird, but the majority is a bird charcoal, so not ash. So cannot say that is exactly biochar.
Right, so it's maybe something close to biochar.
Yeah, at least very cheap. So in many cases, you can use free.
Yeah, I assume that PG&E are looking to try to find some home for this material then.
Yes, yes.
Any other questions? So potentially, was there tying up of nitrogen with this material?
Not really, not really. So one from wood chip, another is actually quite a popular biochar material, coconut shell. So they both come from the plant biomass. So the nitrogen level should be is not that high or quite low. I can say quite low.
Okay, the other question is, are Are you aware of any large-scale biochar projects or operations?
So far in this region, I haven't seen that yet. And we had a relatively, let's say, large scale because I tested the wood chip biochar in a growers field. And but even for that one, cannot say large. So somehow like a 1 to 2 acre. So one treatment, just an NPK fertilizer, and another is NPK plus 100% biochar. Let me 10 ton per acre, another 20 ton per acre. We try to see any effect on the core yield. I didn't see any yield benefit.
Okay, we have one last question was SEM examination made of the biochars to confirm porous structure?
Oh, this one I got help from a collaborator based on Delaware. So he's a very experienced expert for biochar study. They also have an institute for biochar. So I just set sample to them. So they follow their study.
Okay, well, very good. It's time to move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Why don't you put your email in the chat box so people can contact you if they need to, if they have more questions.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to move on now, and we're going to move on to biochar and co-composted biochars and strawberries and potatoes with Nate Stacy.
Hi, my name is Nathan Stacy, and I am a postdoctoral research associate in the Center for Sustaining Agriculture and Natural Resources at Washington State University, located at the Puyallup Research and Extension Center. And I'm going to talk to you today about biochar and co-composite biochar in strawberries and potatoes. My one-sentence line there on the first slide: in the short term, one growing season, and when used as a soil amendment, composted biochar is more beneficial than biochar alone. So as a reminder, what is biochar? It's a solid, porous, carbon-rich product made from biomass such as wood, manure, and crop residues, though not limited to those feedstocks. It's heated in a closed container with little or no air, generally called pyrolysis. And biochar is distinguished from charcoal by the end-use application: charcoal for fuel or energy, biochar for carbon sequestration and environmental management, or as a soil amendment. Why would we be interested in biochar? There's really two sets of reasons. One has to do with waste, and the other has to do with soil. 28.5% of Washington State waste streams are organically derived. That includes animal manures and yard waste. An additional 12.3% of that are characterized as wood waste, and 1.7 million megagrams of material are available for established programs like compost production or emerging industries like biochar. In addition to that, there are potential benefits of biochar when it's used as a soil amendment. Those include improving porosity, water holding capacity, cation exchange capacity, carbon sequestration, and nutrient cycling. In addition to that, it can be used in the treatment of organic and inorganic contaminants in soils and water, and it may have an effect on soil microorganisms. The majority of biochar interest, though, stems from its use in soil and soil-like media, though. It's important to remember that the effects of biochar on soil are heavily influenced by soil texture, the particle size of the char, and how it was produced, and the rate at which it was applied. In that same vein, you can see that biochar feedstock temperature and age affect the properties. In the middle column, you see low temperature effect on the biochar properties in the left, and in the right-hand column, you see those effects in the high temperature. There's really a reversal of some of those properties when that temperature goes from low to high. And of course, these are just generalized, roughly 300 to 350 C for the low temperature, and the high temperature ranging somewhere between 600 and 900 C. That can vary, of course, due to the feedstock. But the important thing to remember is char is not uniform. Temperature has a big influence on its properties. Feedstock has a big impact on its properties, as well as its age. If you look down at the bottom section of that table, you'll see negative functional groups. The charge is fewer in younger chars and more in age char. So age has to do, impacts the physical chemical properties of the biochar itself. Why would we be interested in composting biochar? There are some benefits that have been suggested after much research. The higher compost peak temperature, higher CO2 emissions, which is not necessarily great. You have enhanced compost pile structure and aeration, decreased N loss in that end composting product, reduced ammonium and other greenhouse gas emissions, which contradicts that CO2 emissions there, so likely the methane and nitrous oxide. And it may alleviate phytotoxicity by stabilizing heavy metals. For this project, we mixed the biochar, which I'll discuss later, at a municipal facility listed up there at the top of the slide, Lens Enterprises, at 5% volume by volume, which was used thereafter in the field trials. Those field trials went into 2 locations, one in Mount Vernon and Potatoes, one in Puyallup and Strawberry. You can see the similar soils, but unique in their own properties. At each one of those, we applied 5 different amendments, including a control. We applied the biochar alone on its own. We had a control plot that was completely unamended. We applied a compost that had no biochar in it. We applied a co-composted product, which was composted at that 5% volume by volume. And we mixed the compost, so the middle there, with the biochar in the field at the time of application as our 5th and final treatment. This was replicated 4 times at each site in a split plot. You'll see the main plots there are fertilized and unfertilized, and the subplots were the amendments themselves, again replicated 4 times. As I said, it's important to understand the properties of the biochar. So let's take a look at that very quickly. Our biochar was a high temperature biochar at about 1600 F or 870 C. And you can see the distribution of the particle sizes. A majority of those particles were in that 1.6 to 3.3 millimeter size. The percent carbon was 88.3 with a surface area of 533 meters squared per gram. Here are some properties listed for the amendments themselves in 2018 and 2019. That product sat between those 2 years and then was used in the 2019 application. So same product, 2018, 2019. A couple of things to note. You don't see a lot of difference in the percent carbon between the compost and the co-compost at 32%, but you see pretty good differences in between the nitrate and ammonium between those 2 products. Again, apparently my wireless is kicking on. In 2019, you see high levels of nitrate and ammonium because that sat and was allowed to evolve there. These are the treatment rates for those amendments. If you look at the treatment on the left-hand side, and let's just take yards per acre, so the middle rate column there, you can see how much material was applied to each one of, I think that was total plots actually, to all the plots. So we have a different application rate for all of these because we were trying to equalize the amount of C. The bottom note there on the slide, the amendments were applied at 3.9 tons of organic C per acre or 8.75 megagrams of organic C per hectare. So same rate of C, different rates of material. We had an issue, however, with the biochar in that when we calculated the bulk density of the material, it was at about 5% moisture. And over time, as it sat outside, it gained moisture, probably near 25 to 30%. So we actually applied this at a much less amount than we intended. That was corrected in the 2019 season, but you might see that in the data. And I will bring that out when we get to it. We collected crop yield, bulk density, nutrient availability, and total land particulate C. In 2018, we see yield production in potato here in Mount Vernon. Moving left to right, biochar in the yellow, compost and the co-compost in brown, the compost plus the biochar in the field in orange, and the gray is the control. No statistical differences in the unfertilized in 2018 and 2019, and the fertilized in 2019, but we see statistical differences in the tuber yield owing to partially the amendment itself. Not unexpected. We see the control and the differences between the control and the co-composted products. If we look at strawberry in year 1, same color scheme to the amendments, we see no statistical differences in the fertilized and unfertilized. That's fertilized on the left and unfertilized on the right. We learned that it takes a while for strawberries to mature, so we went back in the second year and collected the fruit, and we see statistical differences largely between the amendments themselves and the biochar only. No statistical differences in the unfertilized portions in any of the amendments or the unamended control. As far as physical measurements, we analyzed bulk density in 2018, so this is 2018. In Puyallup and Mount Vernon, you see similar trends with the amount of material that is applied listed there on the bottom in the bar columns, 21, 29, 29, 24, and 0 yards per acre. Only in Mount Vernon do we see statistical differences, and the largest ones there between the compost and the unamended plots. In potatoes, mid-season nitrate end results varied somewhat by year. The co-compost and the compost tended to be greater, especially in 2019. I'm going to draw your attention to 2019 here. These are two, again, one-year experiments. Amendment is applied, data is collected, location is moved, amendment is applied, data is collected. This is what you would expect to see, these trends here, the unamended and the biochar plots at the lowest nitrate levels and increasing with compost and biochar, compost and co-compost. In 2018, it's unexplainable to me why we saw the trends we did there. It's possible there's some artifacts of previous research that may have had an effect on what we saw in the soil. If we continue, here's a little bit more in-depth look at the inorganic N, and these are in the unfertilized strips in the mid-season soil nitrate and ammonium in Mount Vernon. That mid-season was collected at 44 days. Here is the total N's applied pounds per acre. You can see the co-compost with the amount, the highest amount of nitrogen. We then calculated the available N per acre, and again, co-compost with the highest amount. The N that is available in the biochar, though a lot lower, much lower number, is nearly all organic with small, very small, 0.52 ppm of inorganic N, and I think that's mostly nitrate. If we look at the differences in mid-season nitrate and strawberry, kind of a similar thing. Right-hand side, 2019, so a different location. We see a similar trend to the potatoes. No amendment in biochar and compost and biochar at the lower end of the nitrate levels. Co-compost and compost at the higher ends. No real differences in that 2018 year. Somewhat unexplainable to me. We take a look at total and particulate C relative to the amounts of amendment applied at Mount Vernon. These were collected at 14 days post-amendment in the 0 to 6 inch depth. And what's interesting here is that we can look at the tons of amendment there across the bar columns, 12.2, 12.2, 7.4, 4.5 in each one of those research plots, and calculate the tons of organic C. And I said we tried to equalize the amount of organic C going out into the plots minus that bulk density air where the moisture was higher than we calculated, so we have a little bit less of organic C going into those plot, and that kind of mimics what you see here. I think maybe the biochar is only because of that lower portion of C. You'd expect these all to be about even in comparisons with the unamended control. It also may be an artifact of the sampling procedure, as the total volume of biochar is much less than what you see in the actual volume of the amendment to the plots themselves. There's a possibility that there could be some influence on the native C cycling, but I'm not sure that that's correct. If we look at the C to N ratios in the particulate and total matter, again, 0 to 6 inches in Mount Vernon, we see what we'd expect in the trends. The C to N applied in each one of these plots reflects what the C to N ratio is on the data we collected. We look at CEC quickly, and we see a similar trend between the two sites, where there's no statistical differences in Mount Vernon plots, but in Puyallup, biochar, compost, and co-compost increase the CEC compared to the compost, biochar, and unamended controls. And finally, we look at some nutrients in the soil, alternate nutrients, potassium, magnesium, sulfur, and zinc. And in each one of these, compost and co-compost amended plots see significant increases in some cases with the biochar, in other cases with the unamended controls, not unexpectedly, as those nutrients are in the compost and co-composts themselves. So clear as mud, right? Conclusions quickly: compost and co-composted materials are greater than biochar alone. Yield, soil bulk density is affected by the quantity of the material added. The biochar rate dependent and compost increase soil CEC. Biochar may have an effect on native C cycling. And off of this project, we initiated two additional projects, a replicated composting experiment utilizing biochar as a feedstock, and we're currently partnering with 2 farms in a Western Sierra professional and producer grant, investigating the elasticity of biochar and diving deeper into its effects on the C cycling, specifically trying to utilize Min-C and Epoxy to get at what's going on in that C cycling. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your patience.
Great, thank you very much, Nate. You can turn on your microphone now, and we'll take some questions for Nate. Nate,
yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me, Andy?
Yep, I can hear you. Very good. So the first question is, what determines whether a biochar is aged or young?
I think in that context, it's just how long it was in the soil would be I think there's probably a couple different ways to think about it, but if it's come right out of those kilns and then it's been sitting out, or if someone's charging it also, would probably add to its age. But I think in that context, I was thinking about the biochar that's been sitting in the soil for a while.
Okay. Let's see, do we have any other questions? Have any other questions for Nate?
Looks like I got off easy.
Yeah, it looks like it. Here we go. Had you done pre-trial soil tests?
No, not in this. No, not for this study. In a subsequent study we did, but not for this one.
Another question, biochar that increased in moisture in the rain, or was it just acclimating to the relative humidity?
Great question. Relative humidity. They were stored in a covered facility, but they were exposed to the environment. So definitely relative humidity. Good learning experience.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing how much moisture was absorbed.
Yeah, completely unexpected, obviously.
Okay, we have time for one more question. Well, thank you, Nate.
Thank you.
And if you could you put your email address up in the chat box in case anybody has other questions they'd like to ask you?
Of course.
Okay, so we're going to move on. And the next person is Mario Marti, and he's talking about effective composting in dairy manure and compost maturity and stability.
Hello, my name is Mario de Marti. I'm the extension educator in Gooding County in Idaho, serving the Magic Valley. And today I'm going to talk about the effects of composting dairy manure with the addition of cleanup phthalate and zeolites, and what effects that has on the ammonia emissions and nitrogen speciation and the compost maturity and stability. The take-home message, the take-home points are that the on-farm co-composting of the dairy manure with the cleanup phthalate zeolite has an overall positive effect on the final product, on the final compost. There is, in our study, there was ammonia and other emissions were reduced. And the compost with the zeolites have a much higher stability, quality, and available nitrogen as nitrate than the regular dairy compost. Also, that because of that, this compost can be sold at the higher price for high-end uses. So just a reminder, this is a previous study on ammonia emissions from compost. Ammonia emissions are a natural, I would say, effect of the composting process, especially when we don't have enough carbon to balance the equation on the carbon to nitrogen side on the compost, on the feedstock. And we live in a desert, so we don't have many carbon sources, and we are a dairy producing area, so we have plenty of manure, which is rich in nitrogen. So we lack the carbon to balance that equation to the carbon to nitrogen ratio that reduces emissions. That should be over 30 to 1. 30 to 35 to 1 is ideal, and that reduces ammonia emissions. But we cannot get there for most of the year. Another thing that also changes ammonia emissions is the management of the compost management during its production. And we know that there are diurnal and microclimate, depending where the windrows are located, emissions variation as shown by this graph on the warm season and the cold season on the ammonia emissions from composting. So in this project, what I did is add cleanup phthalate zeolites into the composting mix. And this study was done on farm, so this is beyond the lab with the manure directly from a small dairy farm, and using a tractor and windrows, and we measured emissions from them. The cleanup phthalate is mined in Idaho. It's a local resource. We mix the manure on different stages of aged manure, fresh manure, with some straw available on the farm, as any dairyman gonna do when they have those available. That was our control windrow, and the same mix with the addition of the zeolite was the treatment windrow. We didn't have a compost turner, so we turned the windrows with a tractor. We corrected with moisture at the beginning and during the composting process. When we turned the windrows, we measured, we did a squeeze test to measure the moisture on the field, and if we felt that those windrows need water, we added water as required for a complete and true composting process. And the average composting time was 149 days on those windrows, and we screened the windrows before sampling. What we measure ammonia emissions using Ogawa samplers. It's a sampler that measures the concentration based on a pad that is embedded in a solution. We did complete nutrient analysis as a complete compost nutrient analysis for nutrient management, including all the metals and all the components that usually the labs can handle here. And temperature, we recorded temperature, you can see here with a thermometer, a dial thermometer, and also we used data loggers. We did other perception. We have a spreadsheet with operators and researchers every time we turn a windrow and we take samples. We take note of the other scale perception we have. We measure the volume reduction on the windrows and production parameters like the percentage of refuse you can see here, for example, in this picture. The machinery use, hours of tractor use, labor, and other costs. Here is some pictures of the Ogawa sampler location. We put these chimneys, and the Ogawa sampler was located about this height on a stake that was inside. And the chimney was just resting on top of the compost. It wasn't inside. So any circulation of air inside the compost could go through the chimney freely. Again, here you see the thermometer and the data loggers. Actually, data loggers, half of the study started failing. So our backup plan on the regular thermometer is the one that we got most of the temperatures, that we use some of the data loggers too. So what we found on ammonia emissions is that the overall cumulative reduction was about 14%. And what you are seeing on the graph is we measure on the first, when we build the windrow for 3 days, 3 periods, and then on the other first turns. So here is the building, what we consider the first turn, the building of the windrow, the second turn from 4 to 6, and then the third turn, 2 periods we measure on the third turn. We didn't measure on the 4th and 5th turn. So on that we got 14%. But if you see the curves here on the blue dotted line, this one is the control, and the red one, the curved line, is the treatment. So we estimate that the total ammonia emissions reduction is around 20 to 30%. And again, there was a perceived other reduction. So the treatment windrows also have a reduction on ammonium in the mix at the beginning and at the end. So you can see here, even on the in blue, on the ammonium before, this is the control, and this is the treatment, is much lower just from the start. Again, we have a small dilution effect by adding the zeolites. But what I believe is going on here is that the zeolites, the cleanup phthalites, started absorbing, and other studies have the same results, start absorbing the ammonium right away when you mix it. This is again was on farms, so the whole process of mixing the windrows, the different manures with the straw, with the zeolites, building the windrow with the tractor, and until we took the sample took about 6 hours. So per windrow. So in those 6 hours, we see already a reduction in ammonium. At the end, there is not much difference This is not a significant difference at the end on the amount of ammonium, but there is a noticeable difference, 3 times more on the nitrate side. So the treatment has 3 times more nitrates than the control. So that speaks of nitrification processes that happen thanks to the presence of zeolites in the compost. And there was a tendency to a lower carbon and total carbon and carbon to nitrogen ratios on the treated windrows that also speak about the use of all the carbon available that wasn't matched. Another test we did was the Solvita test, and this is a maturity, carbon respiration maturity test that is designed to be done on the field. We did it in the lab, but what you're seeing, the first 3 rows are the control, and the last 3 are the treatment. You can see a noticeable difference, especially on the maturity index, the compost condition, the phytotoxicity, noxious hazard, and the ammonium estimate, and the nitrogen loss potential. So the regular compost is still shows an active or curing process. When the zeolite compost is a finished compost, it has more oxygen depletion and less phytotoxicity and noxious hazard. So the nitrogen loss potential is almost non-existent. So that again simulates what happens when you have a well-balanced carbon to nitrogen ratio and high-end compost on the treatment, and our regular dairy compost on the without carbon correction, carbon to nitrogen correction on the top. Other result, other things we observed was that the treatment windrows have there wasn't easy difference between the control and the treatment, but the electroconductivity difference was significant in the treatment between the initial and the final. So there was kind of immobilization of salts, if you want. The phosphorus and zinc showed a tendency of reduction on the treatment, and all the other parameters, except the ones I already mentioned, there were no significant differences. The volume reduction using a tractor wasn't that big on this case, was around the 21, 23%, and it wasn't significant between the treatment and the control. What it was significant again was the other rating between treatment that was much less than the control. And the refuse at the screening also was not significant. The difference was dependent mostly on the moisture of the windrows and not if they were treatment or control. In conclusion, the cleanup tilolite zeolites have a very positive effect on the final compost characteristics, which allows us to use the zeolites as replacement or complement to the carbon addition to balance the equation on that initial composting feedstock. And in this way, we are using 2 local resources to generate the new high value local resource. So we use the cleanup tilolites that are mined in Idaho with the manure that is produced here in the Magic Valley in Idaho, and the new product, the compost, have a higher value. Because it has a higher value, because it shows higher quality, higher maturity, that make it usable for industries that usually they shy away from direct dairy compost. The dairy compost is a very good nutrient source for extensive agriculture, alfalfa, corn silage, cereals. But some industries like landscaping industry, greenhouses, high value crops like fruits, berries, etc., they sometimes shy away. In this case, with this, they have the stability and the maturity on the compost to use it. And that comes with a higher price tag too. There is an evident reduction on ammonia and other emissions that also are needed in the industry. And again, the higher nitrate content is something that those industries I mentioned on the higher end are looking for. And not only on the Solvita, this is backed up by the lab results on the nitrate to ammonium ratio. So again, this could be sold at a higher price, and we didn't find any negative effect either on the production side of the compost during the process or on the final product. I want to thank our funding sources. It was a USDA Conservation Innovation Grant. And thank you to the co-authors and the producer, especially that host this on-farm research. Thank you, and let's open for questions.
Thank you, Mario. If you'd undo your microphone and get that going, and we'll take questions from Mario. And then if you can stick around to do evaluation poll, and we'll do continuing education credits after that. So are there any questions for Mario? Are you there, Mario?
Yes, I'm here, and I have the first question. Remind what the rate of cleanup thiolite was. We applied, let me see, it was a rate of, I believe was 8% on mass that took us about 15% on a dry matter basis. On wet basis was about 8%. We measured, with the manure directly, but then we convert that to dry matter basis was for 15% by weight.
Okay. Any other questions for Mario? I'm going to set the poll out now. So if you could fill out the poll for us, that would be great. And then we'll move on into the continuing education credits. There's another question, Mario.
Yes, I see that on the price. At the time of the study, the price of was, I believe it's $120 per ton on the type of zeolite I used.
Do you know how much that would work out on a per yard basis, cost per yard?
Good question. And I don't have that on top of my mind.
Okay, well, maybe you can send it to me in the future.
I can, yes, I can email that, definitely. What I calculate is that the compost, what we did, the little economic study, the compost was the regular compost. It gave us about $16, $17 a ton on the experimental compost. Obviously the industrial compost is much cheaper, but say that it was around $16 a ton on the experimental, and the zeolite compost could be sold at about $20 to $25 a ton. That's what we calculated based on the quality you achieve on that compost.
Okay, very good.
And those prices, again, on the experimental windrows, probably on industrial windrows, you can reduce both of them.
Yeah, I expect they probably be close to being fairly similar in cost, except for the cost of the zeolite.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to let the Okay, I'm going to assume that everybody has filled out the poll, and I'm going to end the polling. And there's the results. People liked it pretty much. And you invite others to it. And once per year is reasonable time to see this go. Okay. So I'm now going to put up okay, so do you see the CEU tracking information? Are you still there?
Yes, I see that. Yes, sorry.
Okay, good. We'll leave this up for a couple of minutes so you can sync to the credit CEUs. If you're having any trouble getting CEUs, talk to Joe Harrison. I'm sure you've received emails from him, so you'll have his email address. And thank you all very much for attending, and thank you all presenters for making presentations.
Well, thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Mario.
Good job.
Yeah, you're free to go. We're just waiting for people to do CEU stuff.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Yeah, you too.